Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm a tiny bit out of breath. I was doing like a. How do you say that? What actually is the word for it? I have no idea. Like a little bit of a warm up or something, you can call it, I guess. Um. But yeah, essentially just like jumping jacks. Uh, not. I need to do more. Like the last couple weeks, we haven't gone to the gym or played tennis at all because of the birthday preparations and then the birthday and now like cleaning up after everything and stuff. So it's really, I don't know, we haven't done much. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Just hits harder than usually, I guess. I at least hope that it hits harder than usually and that I'm not always this, well, unfit. But anyways, for what? Um, I okay. Actually, let's do highs first, and then I get into this. But welcome, pandas, and welcome, Luna. You've made it in the beginning of the stream, Luna. I'm so happy. Like after we sort of like honestly like missed each other a couple times, like at the end of stream or like only had like the last half hour or something. I'm so glad you made it to the beginning. So welcome. How are you two doing? And hi, Bilibli. Oh, you already have a free stream streak. Hype. Thank you so much. I feel honored. Hi, Ellie. Welcome. So many people here already. Oh my god, guys. I'm so happy. Love you all. I made it because I'm not at work today. Well, good for me. Sucks for your boss, but I don't care. I'm glad anyway. uh, well, actually, like, are you sick though? Then, like, Are you not okay? Or like, do you feel okay? But yeah. Do you have lip liner on or something? I have like lipstick on. Yeah, and my lipstick essentially is lip liner because they don't sell the color anymore. I like. Yeah. Oh no, the economy. But yeah, so why did I do jumping jacks? Well, so I had like 2 minutes on the clock for like when the stream is starting. And honestly, I just noticed I feel a little bit like crap and I feel like I don't know, just like no energy. Um So I was like in my mind, like sort of going through the checklist. Okay, like why could that be a thing? Like it's in the morning. Like was my sleep that bad? And to be fair, I had to wake up like earlier, and I'm not doing good with waking up earlier. Because I had like a doctor's appointment today already, and well, the doctor's appointment was about like my headaches. So update on that. I'm gonna get an like not an MRI, but like a how's the other thing called? Radiology picture, I don't know, of my spine. Because I told them like what happened to me as a kid, like that I fell and like never seen the hospital and stuff like this couple times. So yeah, and he was sort of like, oh, uh-huh. So like falling from like 3 meters, that's a serious height. Nobody ever checked that out, not even your mom. Okay. We're gonna look into it. Like this could be a thing. Like this could definitely cause headaches. If you were always prone to headaches as a kid already, yeah, like that could be a thing. Um, he was definitely way more on board and way more energetic than my previous doctor. So switching doctors definitely was a good idea. To be fair, for so early in the morning, he was a little bit too energetic for me. Like it was exhausting to keep up. But I'm honestly like rather this than something else. Like it wasn't. It was just uh, like I don't want to say like I didn't like that or anything. I'm just saying it was like I'm really trying to keep up here, but it's tough, bro. Like give me a coffee first, please. So I'm gonna get like the radiology, I don't know, picture, whatever, tomorrow actually already. Like we're gonna make an appointment tomorrow. And I'm gonna get like a hormone test too. Um, so that's really, really nice. And uh yeah, but yeah, so he also checked my spine and it like whatever he did, like it hurt. But the actual like really annoying thing and surprising thing to me honestly was that after I got out of the appointment and was cycling home, like thankfully with Zach, but like as I was cycling home, I actually felt like I got like a lot of headache and like lower back pain and I felt like I don't know if this is a normal difference people can feel or if that's just a thing I can feel because I'm like autistic and I see this like in more of like a pattern, like very rational view. But I low-key like I know when I'm about to pass out. Like it's like a certain feeling and I have the like I pattern recognize that feeling. And with that feeling I knew like okay, like this is not like I'm not at the point where I like of no return, where I'm like certainly gonna pass out. But I'm at a point where the pain is sort of like growing from that point where it's like originating from. And it's like low-key leaving a numb feeling. And if that gets like more, it's like sort of like so if this is getting like over my head, then it's like I'm gonna pass out. Like that then it's like bye. Um so I rested and stuff like this. And now I sort of feel fine again, but it's definitely like something which is in the back of my mind, just concerning to me. I'm really glad I'm gonna have the like picture be taken tomorrow, so hopefully they're gonna find out soon. And otherwise, I'm just gonna text the doctor about the repercussions of whatever he did, because that's probably also a very interesting indicator. Anyways, so because I noticed like, damn, I feel like out of energy and all of this, and sort of down, I just did a few jumping jacks to get my body going again, to wake up my, I don't know, energy system, however you call that, and to get ready for the stream. So that's what I did. Yeah. Oh, you have to leave soon? Wait, aren't you in school right now, Pyro? Or are you already done with school and now is your date, or how's that going? Every time Ellie uses my emotes, I'm like, love you. You're fine, you're normal for you, that's good. You had too many hours worked before, so she today and tomorrow are free. So she well, so you guys decided today and tomorrow are free. Nice. So the weekend too then? Like today, tomorrow and the weekend, or rookie mistake, just clock out and get back to work. Jumping jack is way inferior to Hampelmänner. Fair. The what is just better. No school for me today, but I gotta make sure to catch my bus on time. Ah, I see, I see. Why do you have no school? Like, is it just like a regular school-free day or something? Or tomorrow we gotta go to school for report cards, though. Oh, okay. Report cards is everything like with your grades on, right? Because I'm not sure if like I I'm not quite sure about like the English translation. But I think that's what a report card is, right? Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Exams ended, so this is 2001. I see. So you already have like uh well, so wait. So if your exams ended, you just have free? For like the rest of the week or comparing like apples with pears right now or something? Hi. You new to streaming? Find you on just chatting? Oh no, I'm actually not new to streaming. I have streamed since, oh my lord, 2018. Yeah, but I switched a lot. I did a lot of different stuff. So I'm new to, it's sort of new, I guess, to just chatting and like mental health streams. Like before, like at the beginning, we started actually with German gaming streams. And then like every, I don't know, like so many different games. And then we switched to English, but still gaming streams. And then we switched to English, but mental health streams. So, yeah. New in the just chatting space. So this is my like 24th just chatting mental health support stream. But I'm glad you're here. So we just started and we're sort of just, I don't know, talking about random stuff right now. And then we're moving on to mental health check-ins. So if you want to take part in the mental health check-ins, it's essentially just, yeah, just sharing how your mental health is, how you've been doing in the past couple days, usually for us, because the stream is like twice a week. So most people just say like in the past couple days, like since they have been last on the stream. But of course, since it's your first time here, just a general how you've been doing is sort of the idea of the mental health check-in. But yeah, this is where the 24 is coming from. It's like 24th mental health stream. I mean, there isn't really any point in teaching us anything new if the holiday break is coming up soon as well, and everything from last semester has been studied for exams. I mean, you know. I mean, that makes like to me that makes sense, but in our school, like nobody cared. Like we just like we kept on studying. Like even while exams, we had like all like our exams was like a regular lesson, like a regular class, And just instead of having the class, we just wrote the exam. But like all the classes before and after on that day were like all regular classes. So like on exam day, you still were able to write like a small test in other classes, or were like, I don't know, like questioned in front of the class and stuff like this, or maybe even had to like present a PowerPoint or something. So it's really like everything was normal, except in that class where you wrote the exam, you wrote the exam instead. That was how it worked for us in our school system in Germany. Yeah. Switching to English was a decision ever. Well, I don't know. Your English seems pretty good. Probably even better than before. I'm so nervous I'd miss my bus. Hmm. Yeah. Just going well on time is always a good idea. Just have like a lot of buffer, and then you're like for sure gonna make it. But usually I leave streams when they switch languages. Well, a lot of people did, right? But yeah, it was definitely like transitioning to English was like a harsh switch. Um, and I do think it low-key fucked me in the Twitch algorithm. Like, I feel like slowly, Twitch is actually getting that I stream on English, but like, especially in the beginning, nope. No, absolutely no way. Especially with my other social medias, it's like super hard. Like my TikTok, for example, is still usually just being shown to Germans and stuff like this. So it's definitely like considering growth, it was suicide. For sure. Like it was not a good like business decision, but it was definitely a good personal decision. Because yeah, I don't know, it just I don't know, honestly, like I'm already like so happy myself because my English got like so much better since I started streaming on English. Because it's just really good practice, to be honest. How's your Dutch, by the way? I've never heard you speak Dutch. Well, so I'm really bad with like languages in general, right? That's why like being like good in English now is actually like one of my biggest accomplishments in any type of language. Um my Dutch is okay to the point like I can read most things. And I can like talk to people I have to talk to. But it's not a thing where like you want to talk Dutch to me if you can speak English to me. Because like I probably won't get any jokes. Like especially if they're like sarcastic or ironic or whatever, like I probably won't. Like any type of like words meaning type joke I won't get. And like any like more specific topic where the words are, I don't know, just more scientific, just like, for example, like with a doctor or something, I always speak English. Like, I don't know, like if they would literally ask me like, like mental, like health stuff, not mental health, but like health stuff in Dutch, I would be instantly lost. Instantly. So, Arbeits, Ongeschiktheidsverzekerings, Matcha, ma, Matcha Pay. Shop Matcha Pay? Matcha. What do you do with IJ at the end? Like it's like ice. It's like ice here. Matcha pie? Is that really how you do it? But yeah. Goedemorgen. Hasta Laren, welcome. Also, believably using my emotes. I'm glad you were happy with the English switch, Pyro. And Ali. Is this like work thing? It's if you're not able to work anymore, your insurance, uh, the much of I, uh, yeah, I don't know how to how to, how to make that work in English. But yeah, it's a work disability insurance company. Yeah, isn't like Marchify more like? No, wait. What is March? I thought that's more like a membership, but not membership in membership thing, but more like. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, it's like it's definitely it's company, corporation, society. It can also mean airline, community, or firm. But yeah, it's definitely company. It's not membership or whatever. I was thinking. I just pronounced that word and Voldemort spawned in my house. Very possibly so. I instantly believe you. Welcome, welcome, Indie Crab. How are you doing? Well, German and Dutch are kind of similar to Swedish. Ah, I thought Swedish people have these like funny letters. I'm a prepare. I don't know if I'll be back. Bye bye. Enjoy your date, Pyro. Enjoy, enjoy. Remember to always stay nice. And consent is sexy. um, 5 stream streak. Let's go, Esther. Boterharm, komkommer. Yeah. So like I don't know, I guess like normal Dutch or something is like fine. But yeah, and as I said, like reading is also usually fine. And I sort of like get the drift of what is being said, like because of context. Um, but yeah, it's like for normal conversation with like friends where like maybe even you want to talk about feelings or something, you don't. You just don't speak Dutch to me. You just speak English to me. Like if you want me to get more than um like a more complicated meaning of something, then definitely English. Like that's not the level my Dutch is at, and that will take probably years. So yeah, bedrijf is what we use for company now. Yeah, that makes like this is also like something where like in German, it would be Betrieb. So it's really like with words like these, like usually I can like read it and make sense of it just because like German is so close to it. But yeah, when I have to like speak myself or like there's a more like detailed meaning to something, it's really hard. I honestly like at the beginning, I remember I haven't tried ever since, but at the beginning when I was listening to the radio in the car, I wasn't able to understand anything because I was just like I couldn't hear where one word ends and the next one start. because they just talk so fluently. And you know that if you know the words, but if you don't know the words, then you don't know it. Um, but yeah, so why don't you stream Super Seducer? I leave that to other streamers. It would be too powerful. It's so bad that only 95% of the Dutch also speaks English. Yeah, that's really helpful. But to be fair, what's slightly sad, but I absolutely understand why that is the case because I also noticed it myself, and I think that's really just a thing for like any person. If you don't speak another language well, it's like really hard to take the step to like be vulnerable and talk about your feelings. So it's actually sort of hard to make friends which like aren't comfortable, like actually comfortable in English. So the most of our friends are actually not Dutch, but also other expats, because they are really comfortable in English, and then you can have like you can build up a vulnerable friendship, right? Also, they don't have like a friend group here, like a school friend group sort of, and are also looking for friends because that's the other annoying thing. Like if you get part of a new community, um, or if you're the new part of that community, everybody else has friends already, but you don't. And you're always like building new friendships takes effort. So most people don't invest that effort if they're not like also slightly desperate. Um, so you need to find other people who need a friendship or are putting in the efforts. But yeah, that's definitely harder with, or like less likely with people who might already have like a very well established friend group. So that's also the other sort of sad part. I don't even know that guy. Hmm? Okay, you need to tell me more about this. Because I'm like I feel like I know what you mean, but I can't know for sure, right? Because I don't have your experience. So, can you go more in depth about this, Bilibli? Because I learned English in Germany, right? And I definitely also noticed that, for example, like pronunciation, was horrific. Um, and absolutely, like you definitely learn this like German accent even in school, even from the teachers. So it's like if you mean that, then for sure. But there's another thing actually in Germany, which is called Denglish. So also like the word English, but with a D. Um, and it's actually being used if like for language where you use a lot of like where you speak German technically, but you use a lot of English words in it, but you just make them German sort of or like try to. Um so what do you mean with how do you even pronounce that now? By the way, like how is it actually pronounced? Is it pronounced China or China? Like how do you say that? What is the I don't know, the good way of saying it? I do not like to make friends because being vulnerable makes me paranoid that people will use it against me. It's happened enough. Are you happy with not making friends? Or because I mean, if that's your choice, like you do you. But just like to me, it's really like this not being able to be vulnerable and not being able to like make proper friends is really like a nuisance. Like I would really like proper friends. So what is your side on this, I guess? Jesus. Okay. Okay, so it's like Denglish. So you actually learn sort of like Chinese words as English words? So what are some of these words? You learn as like, or you have learned as like English vocabulary, but now you understand like, nope, that's actually not it. Hmm. Oh, so for you it's like a special, like a very especially vulnerable situation as the Larian because of your uh because you're vulnerable to them actually having the power to like hospitalize you. Well, that's really annoying. Really shitty power structure. Hmm. Do you know for sure they meant it in like they wanted to betray you, or do you think it could have also just been sort of like being scared and not understanding, so more like incompetence and not knowing um how to deal with something? Okay. That's really annoying. Really sorry for you. It's really hard when people don't, well, are not aware um, how they, like, what power they have with this, and that it's, well, that it's serious and not a thing to make fun about. Hmm. Hmm. Sometimes it's really hard, I feel like, to get to know the right people, if that makes sense. Like that's something sort of like I guess like I learned um it's like sometimes it can be very hard to get to know the right people. Sometimes it can be very hard to actually like get to know people in the right way. Um but it's just yeah, communication makes it really hard sometimes, especially if you have very different experiences in life. I'm glad you only almost lost hope in humanity. And I mean, maybe you're gonna find somebody in this community at some point. And apart from that, I at least hope that you feel like you can trust me a little bit. Or as much trust as you give somebody on the internet. I feel like this might actually be a good starting point for the mental health check in, people. So, how have you all been feeling since last Thursday? Like, we haven't seen each other for a week. How have you guys been doing? How's your mental health? Who wants to go first? I can also go first if you want to. My chair just cracked really loud. Okay, this tea is too hot. I'm at a 2 out of 10 battling depression. Oh, shit. Okay. Do you have any idea why it got worse? Or like how you can help yourself to get better? Is there like any plan with your like therapist or anything like that? Oh, you weren't able to sleep like at all, Ellie? Or like just like not good waking up the entire time and stuff like this? Hmm. Well, this is actually sort of like why I'm asking because it's like you know beforehand, right, that December is gonna be tough. So is there any sort of like actionable plan you made with your therapist? How you I don't know, how to lessen the impact of it or something? For example, I don't know, like limiting exposure um, on certain topics as much as you can, or um, I don't know, maybe even like take extra meds or something like that. Like any type of like treatment plan, which is taking into consideration that December is like especially hard. I pulled an all-nighter completely and went to work at 8. Okay. So that seems like you just decided to pull an all-nighter. But at the same time, you say probably hormonal. So how, like, was it a choice or like were you just like really not able to sleep? I see. Probably hormonal, you say. Ellie, have you tried melatonin? Like, probably you have. Like, it's one of the like I don't know the first things people usually try. We have a battle plan. Most of the time it works, but today is shite. Is there anything we can do for you, Esther Laren? Like, talk about something or I don't know, like maybe find solutions for like very specific things or something. Or do you just want to rest today and then try again tomorrow? Ah, okay. So it's more like you just accept that today is a shit day, shit days happen, and tomorrow is hopefully going to be a better one. Hi, Ariel Night Sky. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? We just started with the mental health check-ins, by the way, if you want to take part in it. Yeah. Okay. I see. All right, Asta. I hope we can, I don't know, just by being here, maybe give you, I don't know, entertainment or some support. I'm really sorry that today's such a shit day. Maybe you can at least, like reward yourself with I don't know, something nice, like some nice food or sweets or I don't know, like a nice soft drink or something. If you have anything like this in mind. I feel like sometimes that's really I don't know, something we I feel like sometimes we like don't want to reward ourselves on a bad day because we're disappointed by ourselves. But I feel like just some days are really shit and it's I don't know, if we can make them less shit by having something to look forward to, then it's like that can really help to just make a shitty day not as shitty. I'm gonna reward myself going to order food. And it's something I normally never do. Nice. I'm glad. Oh, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? We just started with the mental health check-in, so if you want to take part in it, just share how you're doing right now and how you've been doing in the last couple of days. So, Ellie, I go 5 milligrams of melatonin every evening. So other sleeping pills, but like 3 times a month, 5 nights that I just know isn't possible. Oof. That sounds like a lot, by the way. Is that like a permanent solution? Like, is that the permanent solution to for sleep? Because I heard that with like sleeping pills as well. Like, I don't know. Like, wasn't it like us talking with like sleeping pills and getting addicted to them and stuff like this? Because like 5 milligrams of melatonin and sleeping pills seems like a lot. You're not too great, Ariel Night Sky? Aw. You want to talk about something or just sort of be here for the moment, maybe get into it later. You can. I have too much sleep. Like last night, I slept like 15 hours. Yeah, that's a little much. Jeez. Mm. Actually, sleeping too long can also make your mental health suffer. So I don't know, like maybe here there's a pattern of like sleeping too long and having like a really rough day. Like, do you recognize anything like this, Aisha, or not really? Normally, I sleep between 2 and 5 hours a night. Whoa, okay, that's a big difference. Do you know what happened like last night? Why it was like so different? It is a lot of pills, but most of them I can't stop. During summer, I take melatonin often. Hmm. So at least sort of the melatonin you just usually like only take when it's necessary. But most of the pills you can't stop. Shite. So it was like with you, like I remember we talked about this, no? And it was how did that go again? With the pills you can't stop, like you already got that like checked out with like doctors and stuff like this, right? And like you tried stopping them a couple times, but the side effects were like so big that you and your doctor sort of agreed to like just keep keep using them, right? Was it like this? Do I remember correctly? Am I a psychologist or something? No, I'm not a psychologist. Yeah, I informed myself a lot. I'm obsessed with the topic of psychology and mental health. So I'm also not trying to be a psychologist here. Essentially, I'm like the middle step for people who either can't get a psychologist or therapy because they can't afford it, or there's just no possibility in their system to be able to do that. Or for people who are not ready yet to go to a psychologist. And then we, well, hopefully empower them to actually go and seek out professional help. So, yeah, this is a peer support stream, and um, yeah. So the information I have or the knowledge I have is based on personal experience because I've experienced trauma, depression, anxiety, and all of that in my past. And right now I'm stopping therapy because I'm done with it, and um, I'm well. I'm looking into qualifications right now, so I might start something. I haven't decided yet what. I might actually study psychology. Um, but I might also like work towards becoming how do you say that in English? There is something called an experience worker, which is a qualification you can get if you've had experience with the topic like me, and then you get a bit of schooling how to help people by sort of like, well, relating to them with that experience essentially. Um, and yeah, I have like two tiny certificates on counseling and stress management, but nothing major or anything. So if you do need professional help, if and you can get professional help, definitely seek out professional help. We support therapy highly, if it's possible. Um, when I'm depressed, I will sleep more than 10 and up to 18 hours a night. Yeah. Yeah, that's a common thing. This is really like in a weird way. Did you know that there is you essentially like can sort of track if a person is getting depressed or like if a depressive phase of somebody is starting by essentially literally only tracking their location. Because depression is so close connected to being like outgoing, and not being outgoing in terms of like being an extrovert, but just doing stuff, like having initiative to do stuff. And the more initiative is lacking to do stuff, they usually like it turns into like a downward spiral, and then people start becoming depressed. There's been some app uh, I heard about which actually wants to use this knowledge to help people, like help warn them, sort of like you're on the way to get depressed, like go out and do something now. But I haven't heard about this app like being finished or anything. So, but yeah, it was the same for me back then. I slept so long, and I actually noticed to like nowadays that I really like I'm doing so much better when I stand up the first time I wake up. It's really, I don't know. I didn't test in programming. I'm pretty sure I failed, and I was so stressed. I have examination phobia, but it was never that bad, and my night before was pretty bad as well. Oh, that sucks. Really sorry for you, Aerial Night Sky. Do you have any way of like retaking the test or something? Basically, one of them is like you said, and the other one is addictive, and I'm not at a stage where I can say, guys, I think I'm addicted. I see. I've normally questionable queer to peen. Oh, that's a medicine. Okay, that's. Sorry, I just thought it's a typo. To sleep, but that's because I have bipolar, and if I do not get enough sleep, I can go manic. You have that one too, Ellie? Oh, you're medicine buddies. I'm not bipolar, but got misdiagnosed, and now I can't stop that antipsychotic. Oh, so that was the one. Yeah. Your voice is so calming. I feel better just listening to you. How cute is that? Thank you so much. I'm just gonna like write that in my diary. It's fine. Oh my god, that literally just made my day. I don't know. It's a dual med, lower doses. It's a sleep med, and above 150 milligrams, it's an antipsychotic. Ah, I see. Down to 75. Anything lower, and I lose my mind. Sorry for you, Ellie. So, I've been getting recommended content across ADHD mental health, somehow across all platforms. And the more I come across it, the more I feel I need to get this ADHD test done. Feels a bit weird. Me being lazy could be ADHD. Oh, definitely. Like, get that diagnosis done. Like, it's like, if you don't. Okay, actually, information. I hope you're still here. Because I took a little bit longer to like read through all the messages, right? But I just don't want to leave anybody on read. Um, but just be aware of the fact that some jobs are actually not accessible to you anymore if you're diagnosed with any neurodivergence, for example, ADHD. So I think, for example, like pilots or something, is still like very, very strict on anything like that. Um, Also, a quick side note to ADHD, because that was my case. I tried to get like an ADHD diagnosis, and I actually don't have ADHD, um, or probably don't. But I don't. I didn't get diagnosed at least, because they told me they believe it's actually trauma related and not ADHD, because a lot of the symptoms you get from neurodivergencies, all neurodivergencies, so not only ADHD, also autism and all of that, can be trauma induced as well. So if you have like, I don't know, like any like rough childhood type situation, that could also come out of that test. Um, but they will definitely know. Like there's pointers they have, and it's always really good to get help to really get to know yourself. But apart from that, just if you say like you're just being lazy, laziness is also something which can like, as if that's like one of your like only symptoms, because I don't know, there is a misconception I feel like in society where everybody feels like the traits of, for example, ADHD or autism are literally only like you only have them if you have ADHD or autism. That is not true. Like ADHD traits and autistic traits, everybody can have them. But it's just sort of like if you have enough, because it's like a spectrum, right? Like you can have like a little bit and like a lot of these traits. So at some point, we're sort of making the cutoff point, and we're like, okay, this is ADHD enough, or like you're suffering enough under ADHD, where like we need to help you, like society and the government like just needs to help you, like you need support with this. And below that you can have like traits of ADHD, and it's still very interesting and very important for yourself to get to know how to like, well, handle yourself, like get to know yourself in that, and how to like manage life with these traits, um while you won't get like a official ADHD diagnosis. But it's really like everybody is like, there's not that neurotypical person, because it's all like we're all different, it's all a spectrum. So essentially, like getting a diagnosis can really, really help. But in essence, if you struggle with like doing tasks, being lazy, maybe procrastinating and stuff like this, um, there's a lot of things you can do to tackle this one specific issue, if it's just that, which can help you with that. Um, Whereas if you have like a lot of other symptoms as well, it's like, I don't know, like just honestly getting the like ADHD meds can really help. But for some people also, like they have like side effects from those meds which are not making them worth it. But it's really good to get this checked out, and you know, laziness is one, but ChatGPT did say a lot, many other things point to ADHD as well. Don't know how much to believe in pseudo AI, but I'm a software engineer, so I guess that works for me, as I can focus for insane hours, literally. Yeah, my childhood was fucking weird. Yeah, so get that, like, honestly, just having, like, if the mental health system and a diagnosis like this, or literally just therapy, is available for you, just get that checked out. Like, use that resource. It's like if you struggle with anything like laziness, it's like really tough in our society, I feel like, to honestly get like good guidance on this. Especially now with like capitalism, like everything is being capitalized on. And everybody has like a different opinion. There's a lot of like science and a lot of like, well, science, which is people just like pretend like it's science, but it's really not. So it's really, really nice to just talk to a professional person who's informed properly and to give you some, yeah, some guidance into how you're gonna approach that topic, which is specifically adjusted to you. Yeah. But laziness and stuff like this and ADHD generally is a very interesting topic, and we could definitely also get more into detail about this here in the stream. Because I actually do have a lot to say about that. I just don't want to leave anybody on read right now, so I'm just gonna read through the rest. Um, but laziness is really. I don't believe in laziness. Laziness is like this. Laziness as a description is just it's all shame. Like it's based on shame. It's based on a system which is like shaming you for being a certain way. Where I feel like a lot of the time we just personally are not entirely aligned with our goals. And if we don't really believe in something, then that can also come across as lazy because we never get the motivation to do them because our body is sort of like in conflict about whether we actually want to do them or not. Especially, for example, with like all the goals like society puts on us. But definitely, there is a point of ADHD where just getting ADHD medication will literally change your life. So, if your life, apart from the laziness, works out fine, yeah, it might not be ADHD to the point where you get the official diagnosis and actually medication for it. But they will still like help you. Like there's still a lot they can do and give you guidance on, even if you don't get diagnosed with like, okay, now like you need like heavy support from the system. Just putting that on there as well. So, and hi, Uguna Badger, welcome, welcome. Oh, how's everyone on this gift of another day we get to share? It was a roller coaster today. But let's get into this if we have some more time later. Yeah, I can, but I can't do the final test for the subject this time, and the exam I have to redo is in July. No. Is there there's something you can actually like there's special conditions you can do if your test anxiety is bad enough. I've heard from some type of classmates where they had such bad exam anxiety that their exam was like shaped in a different way to like make things work. So it might be interesting to go to your like doctor, to your house doctor, regular doctor, and talk with them about if there's any possibilities. Like I don't know much about that. I do have to say like there's only something I heard like back in the day, but it might be worth checking that out. And especially if you like can't do the final test because of this, just look into that maybe. Like if it's worth the effort for you, I would I would try to see if there's some possibilities. Um, Trauma is wild and very much affects the brain. Yep. And hi, Irfan. Welcome, welcome. And welcome, Osaso. How are you doing? I don't believe people with ADHD are lazy. They just have confusion which task they need to do first, so they are mentally stuck because they have too much stimuli from the outside. Got so confused why Osmo tackled that. Huh, weird. But yeah, like laziness is definitely a concept which is more, I don't know, about shame, I feel like. And it's not a very helpful concept, right? Because it doesn't really tell you what to do now. Like the implication of what to do with laziness is this really like sort of like toxic masculinity advice or like really old school advice. It's not only toxic masculinity, right? Like we have that like not depending on gender in our society, but this old school advice of like, yeah, just, like get through it, just do it, you just have to get over yourself and whatever. And that is essentially like dismissing your feelings, dismissing your boundaries, overstepping your boundaries, maybe. But it's definitely a not really well respectful way to to work together with your body, let's say. Just came to say hi, gotta sleep soon as I have to work tomorrow early morning. Oh, thank you so much for coming by and just saying hi. I'm glad. I'm so happy. That means a lot to me. Thank you. And I hope you have a beautiful night. I hope you get all the rest you need, Irfan. And it's very sweet of you that you come by real quick to say hi. I'm happy to see you. I have ADHD and struggle with people calling me lazy when they do not know how it is to struggle with a lot of fucking things. Yeah, it's just for ADHD, a lot of the time you just need to manage your life differently just because your brain works differently, right? So will they put ADD and ADHD under ADHD, creating a wide spectrum? Yeah, well, I don't know. I just know that I know that uh, in the DSM-5. So the DSM-5 is the book of, well, essentially like mental health diagnosis and conditions with that. And the DSM-5 is specifically, by the way, from our like Western world. But yeah, the DSM-5 has in the last couple of years actually changed quite a lot and put like before, for example, there was a like the condition called like Asperger's, but that's not being used like this anymore. Um, and now it's, well, yeah, just like autism and yeah. So we'll see if they also put like ADHD and like just all of the neurodivergencies in one. Because I don't know, like I feel like it might honestly be a good idea because yeah, it's just a spectrum and you can have like so many like overlaps. I think it's really hard to track. Yeah, getting that checked looks to be the best choice. Thanks. I was a bit apprehensive about this, but taking has no harm. Well, only if you want to become a pilot. But yeah, if you're not a pilot, then like really just like getting more information is always good. And honestly, like if you're at the point, like if you let it get done right now, right, then it's like stuff like this, like depending on like how your life changes, it can get like really way more complicated and more exhausting, like quick. Like maybe like certain support systems fall apart or something, and then it's like just it's always good to know yourself better and know how to like support yourself better as well, because it has a lot to do with like how emotional regulation works, for example, and what you need for emotional regulation. And if you are neurodivergent, it's really like there's just not a lot of well, a lot of, let's say, representation in society on how that like emotional regulation might work or that energy management. By the way, I have a really important test coming up next month. You want to say something so I can focus more on that test? Because I'm scared a little bit. Aww. I feel like fear comes from somewhere, right? I don't think fear is useless. Fear can either be a great motivator, but at the same time, it can really show us a lot and give us a lot of information. So if you're scared about the test, I feel like I personally would actually try to find out why are you scared about the test? Like, what are you scared about specifically? Because if there's, for example, like a specific topic you're scared about because you know less about that topic or something, like now that it's like only like in like next month, you still have like a lot of time to train that and gain confidence. And if it's, for example, about honestly, like just, yeah, for example, like exam anxiety, and that you're just anxious about maybe failing the test and stuff like this, then it can really help to sort of take test exams. So from like usually with like all universities or something, there's like old exams you can find online and you can just trial exam and get some more yeah, just some more confidence and actually being able to do them. And so I would not recommend to ignore the fear, but actually to work with it together. To see what it's telling you and sort of like try to build more confidence in specifically those skills. So I don't know if that was your wished response, but I think I don't know, I think that can give a lot of wisdom. I feel like sometimes we just want to not feel fear. But fear is literally just acknowledging that you feel not ready for something, right? And not feeling ready a month before without having learned is entirely normal. Like that's fine, right? So I believe that when you learn and do all you can, you got nothing to fear. But good luck, Irfan. But we'll talk till then, a couple times. Thank you for the follow and welcome. I'm don't get I need to go through the messages. Jeez, I'm so far behind, guys. Give me a second. I don't want to leave anybody on read, but I'm still at like Uguna Badger update, cute crate. Things are moving forward in my area toward mental health, including conversations with governors, committee, and my state lawmakers. That's amazing. Honestly, that's really amazing. I'm glad. That's really cool. Keep me updated. I love that. Good news. The diagnosis is all about learning a tool to figure out what skills need to be worked on and goals. Yep. ADD and ADHD are already one thing. Ah, okay. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, Irfan, you also have a 5-stream watch streak. I'm glad. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is what I meant actually. Sorry, I messed up the ADD short term. I see. As long as it does not involve meds, that's better. Well, you can always tell them you don't want to try meds. You can also tell them you want to try them, but if they're not really good, then you don't want to take them and they're not worth it for you. Like you really have like free choice here. Like they can't make you take meds or anything. So don't worry about that. Voldemort Cage. Hi, Justruna. Welcome. Hello from Norway. Oh, hi. That's so cool. We already have some people from Norway, actually. Welcome. I'm gonna get to the how are you when when I caught up. But thank you so much for asking. How are you, though? And hi, good morning, Nell. Oh, how are you doing today, Queen? Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day too. Fear because I gave 4 times already and I didn't get my desired scores. The first time I gave, I was just 3 marks behind from my desired score. Then there were circumstances after that and my scores went down in the next 3 tests. Now this is the 5th time and I'm giving after a long break. I see, I see. So it's definitely more, also like whatever the fuck is saying. It's more with like these having like knowing that you weren't able to do it the last couple times and just being anxious that you're not going to be able to do it. Okay. Well, that is definitely a bit different. Because it's not like a like an uh how you say this? There's a saying in German where it's like unwritten page or something or like unwritten book. Um which essentially means like you go in it without like without being biased in any way, but you definitely go in it with having like a certain anxiety. hmm so I definitely still would try to sort of understand what the fear is telling you specifically, um because even if the fear is just really about like what if I'm not going to be able to do it, and then like what happens then. Fear we haven't confronted can sometimes be way bigger than when we confront it, because if there's some like sort of unknown part to the fear, it can just be blown out of proportion because we're just sort of like, as humans, we have a lot of fear of like things we don't know, because we rather judge it too much than too little, right? Because overestimating fear is like less, well, probably is going to kill you less than like underestimating how much fear you should have from something. So I would definitely still look into that fear and really understand like why you're scared. And if you get to the point where it's, for example, like, if I fail this again, I won't be able to finish my studies, like, I won't have a job, blah, 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 whatever. Like, if it's going into this existential fear, then it can still help to think about it and just sort of see if you have any solution for that. Like, what would you do if you're not able to make it and stuff like this? Um, because yeah, just having that fear, having that like extra pressure in the exam is definitely not going to help you to be able to just put your put your full energy in that, right? um so but if you have any friends, I would maybe like, if you're one of those people who were like talking about it helps, and like from your sort of like past experience, I sort of like judge you as such a person where like it really helps to talk to others about it. Um, then just talk to your friends about it. Like share with them how you're like scared to not make it and stuff like this. And I don't know. I feel like just talking about it and being seen with this can like really help. Because I definitely understand that there's a lot of pressure on you to be able to get your scores. And I don't know, maybe you can even find some support in it. Like maybe you can, like, if you really feel like, damn, like when I learn alone, like I haven't been able to do it learning alone, right? Then it's essentially telling you that maybe it's interesting to get some help. Maybe it's interesting to, I don't know, like seek out some like classmate to learn with, or to ask some teacher to get extra learning material or something, to change something about the learning process now so that you will be able to get those scores. And I don't know, apart from this, just don't, just don't dismiss your fear. Don't dismiss your emotions in this. And we have a lot of streams. We can talk about it a lot too. So, exactly on Monday. So, if you need to talk about it longer, when you maybe don't need to sleep because you have like a morning shift, then we can talk about it on Monday a bit more in detail. But I think this is more like the sort of like actionable advice I can give you right now. Like, talk to your friends about it, seek out extra help with the learning process and everything, to just set yourself up for success, essentially. Because then you at least know you tried everything, right? So if it were to go wrong, you at least can say like, hey, I like asked my teacher. I even trained with like other like students and all of this. And then there's at least less regret. I'm just saying, like, it's not like you shouldn't prep for failing, of course. But if you do everything you could, you did everything you could. And that's, I don't know, that's also something valuable in the end. Meds are not always free will. I mean, for some, they will die if they don't take their med, and that would be permanent in a mental ward. Oh, no, I just meant for Voldemort specifically. The meds are, like, nobody can force him to take them, right? Because he already has, like, a decent life, like, right now. And if it's only, like, with ADHD, there's nothing he has to fear around that. But yeah, definitely. Some people cannot make the decision whether they want to take meds or not. Good night, Irfan. I'm so glad you were here. I hope talking about it will help. And we see each other on Monday. Bye bye. Hi, Fluffy. Welcome. I don't take my meds for autism or CPSD. Are there meds for autism, by the way? I haven't heard of any medication for autism. So, because I actually I had that talk, but sure, now I'll go for it. I guess I just really think we would have less mental health issues if we started living more like we are meant to. How do you mean we are meant to? Waffles or pancakes? Oh, I'm very specific about both. I have a favorite waffle and a favorite pancake. My favorite waffle was the waffle made from an uncle of mine, which is sort of like, it's heart shaped. So it's it's like five sort of like hearts making like a waffle. And I don't know, like something about his recipe was just really, really nice, and I really loved it. But since then, I wasn't able to replicate this recipe. So I haven't had these waffles in a while, and there's a lot of, I don't know, just not really nice waffle recipes out there, I feel like, where the texture is just like, I don't really like it. With pancakes, the best pancakes are the pancakes of my grandma, and that recipe I actually was able to replicate. So I honestly would have to say pancakes, because that's the recipe I have, like, I was able to replicate and I use more often, right? But both of those recipes are really, really tasty and really, really nice. I recently tried actually the Dutch way of making pancakes, where you also put like bacon and cheese and like onions on them, and then like the sort of like a sweet syrup. That's also really nice. Uh, in touch with nature, for example. Oh yeah. I feel like I don't like I'm not unhappy about the fact that we changed from living in caves to living in houses. Like I do feel like that's nice. And our living standards too in like a lot of areas have been like going up radically since like back in the day, right? So like our medicine in a lot of ways is better, and especially like sort of like illness prevention is better than back then because our hygiene is better. Um, but definitely, there's also a lot of ways where I just feel like we actually, I don't know, like are promoting stuff which isn't healthier than like in the old time, you know? And it's like especially nature has a big influence on us. And I think that's something really important. And for example, sitting also has a really big influence on us. It's really unhealthy. Um, Flowers have such a big influence on us, right? So there's a lot of things from like I guess the old ways we can say where we're like really influenced from it. And if we don't know it or take care of it, that's I don't know. It's just like making life harder, right? Like, yeah, only going waffle is a stroopwafel. Stroopwafels are really good too. Sure, you can take medication for autism. Mostly used are antipsychotics or SSRIs. Many get melatonin for the sleep problem. So how do these? So like with the melatonin for sleep problem, okay, I get it. But how do the antipsychotics and SSRIs help with autism? Like what parts of autism? Because it's not against like autism itself, right? It's because of some like big like against some symptoms from autism. So is there like what symptoms are the antipsychotics and SRIs targeting in that moment? Because actually I'm not aware of this. Like we had like me and my psychologist actually had like the autism talk recently, like last week. No, this week. And there were no medications in the room with us, like no talk about medications whatsoever. So I'm just, I'm like, tell me more. I need to know. I don't have any knowledge about this. I love Dutch pancakes with bacon and cheese. Just sad bacon makes me have a bad day. Aw, allergic to pork. Well, that's annoying. Well, there's a lot of like, there's actually some vegan pork at Albert Heijn now. Have you tried that? Maybe it tastes good. Serious, I want to warn people about melatonin supplements for sleep. It's good for a short period, but don't take it for a long period. How come? What is the side effect of taking, or why should you not take it for a long period? Risperidone is like a big one for many problems, and it's a typical antipsychotic. It helps with restlessness and brings you down. It's there to calm people down. I see. The body stops producing on its own. Ah, okay. So it's sort of like the argument of like really like maybe any supplement probably on the market. Yeah, it's definitely like I feel like I personally like I'm not sure about like Mm, about like any like medication, right? Like that's not my sort of like the topic I'm like really interested in. The like personal uh how I personally sort of like go about that is always that like any sort of medication, I just don't try to be dependent on it. So like with melatonin, it's like I just only use it when I have to, sort of like I always try to fix my problems sort of like at the root if I can. Um, but yeah, that's so I can't. I don't know. I don't have any like actual medical advice on like anything related to medications or supplements. What do I do? About what? Oh, in here. Well, I'm not sure. You clicked the stream, right? It sort of depends what you need. But what we do here is we're doing like mental health check-ins. So we talk about how we've been doing, or specific topics, specific questions people come with. But it's just a general discussion room, I guess, for anything mental health related. Really, yeah. I'm not against vegans, but it's not for me. Oh, the vegan bacon. Oh, I see. Oh, I started liking vegetarian and vegan meat more than regular meat actually. It's like there's this brand, it's called like Planted. It's like purple. So it's yeah, so the branding is purple and then like the big like white letters on it like Planted, and it's wow, it's really nice. It's really tasty. Can only recommend. It's like so juicy and wow, really good. Well, I can only speak from my personal experience, but it really messed me up. Oh, so what happened for you? Whatever the fuck. I like guys. The way so many of you have names where like when I say them, I feel so rude. It's, by the way, incredible. It's harder for the heart than the habituation. What? Ah, nice. You look cute, so I couldn't resist clicking. All right. Depending on lithium, and I'm okay with it because it gives me so much more joy in life. Okay. So, how do you use a lithium supplement? Like, what does it do for you specifically? We're really getting into the like supplement topic now, but let's go for it. Eat 2 kiwis before bed. It boosts melatonin production naturally. Damn, I didn't even know. I do have to say melatonin is like so much cheaper than eating 2 kiwis before bed, sadly. But kiwis are definitely really tasty. So I might try. Oh, well, Fluffy. But yeah, what did the melatonin do? Like, what happened by taking melatonin permanently? Um, because I didn't hear of any like cases yet of like melatonin side effects, so I would be really interested to know. And lithium is a mood stabilizer, so I have less swings towards depression or mania. I see. Sleep is really important. That's for sure. Like having good sleep and good rest is honestly, I feel like half of, I don't know, probably half of your health or something. Like there's so many things which are related to sleep, and there's so many more things which like make like sort of like endanger, let's say, your sleep quality. Uh, okay, what is habituation? Let me check. Oh, they just need like more and more. Yeah, okay. Mm. Mm. Oh damn, okay. Okay. So I guess I'm glad I'm not taking it the entire time. Just taking it when it's like really hard for me to fall asleep and I wasn't able to within like some hours. But yeah. I just do not get the vegetarische Lager, the vegetarian butcher. You're not butchering anything. Well, I do have to say, like, I think the law the EU made, right? Like, they recently passed a law. Oh, somebody rang my bell. Wait. All right. Was just a postman. I don't know. The I don't even know. So, hello, criminal. We're talking about supplements. We've been talking about melatonin more specifically, but also about lithium, and I don't know, we just sort of stumbled into the conversation. So you just like can't sleep without melatonin anymore? Damn, that sucks. Do you have like how long like have you not been taking it since then? Or like because I wonder if there's any point of like when it would come back, like if you like stop with it and wait for like a couple months that your body then sort of notices like, oh, I don't know if that ability is then coming back or something. But that's really annoying. Hmm. I see, okay. I see. Yeah. So at least it did stabilize. That's good news. I'm glad. Do yoga or spend your body in any work with which physically drains you, you will sleep automatically. Definitely. Like doing physical exercise has a lot of really positive side effects. One of them is this. It's like sadly it doesn't work for like everybody with like all issues, right? But definitely like doing yoga or for example even just like stretches before going to bed, like there's certain sort of like relaxing stretches which help you like get rid of tension in your muscles to then have like an easier time falling asleep. There's also this exercise where it's like when you do want to do like minimum work, there's this exercise where you like start from your toes and like you like really like tense your toes and like hold it a few seconds, then let go. Then your like lower legs, then your upper legs, then your like core, your arms, hands, and like sort of like one after the other, like all muscle groups of your body, you like tense for a few seconds and then let go. And to like really sort of settle your body. If your muscles are relaxed, then it's way easier to sleep. I mean, meditation is also a thing which helps a lot of people. Like it's really like stuff like this. Like I personally, I always hated to say it. Um, but routine is honestly actually the most important part about sleep. Um, it's like there's a few people who really like just don't need to worry about routine. Like they just sleep like a baby, like after 5 minutes anywhere. Um, but if you have a hard time falling asleep, like pick something which feels like good to you, which feels like you're like relaxing and stuff like this. And then make a routine out of it with the same time. And after a few months, it should become easier and easier to fall asleep. And even waking up, if you always wake up on the same day, on the same day, on at the same time, I mean, then it's really, yeah, easier and easier to wake up and feel awake as well. But it can take a lot of time, and it can also just need more for some people, right? Like there's people which have like really really serious sleep problems where like not even the craziest sleeping meds are doing anything. So yeah. Hello, can anxiety cause air hunger every day? What do you mean with air hunger? I'm just gonna look this up if it's something I don't know or. Ah, air hunger. Ah, I see, I see. Um, it's so well, anxiety can cause a lot of things, right? Um, Usually air hunger is more of a symptom I would connect to a panic attack. Do you have that right now, Tony Gamer? Like, do you want help with that right now? Or is it more of like a general question? All right. Bye bye, Real Night Sky. See you. I was glad you were here. See you next time. General question? All right. Um, well, anxiety can cause really a lot of things. Anxiety is one of the, like, let me actually look up the list because it's a lot. Like, anxiety can cause like almost anything. Um, they also only list some of the symptoms. So, uneasy feeling, panic, danger, trouble sleeping, unable to stay calm and still, cold, sweaty, or tingling hands or feet, trouble breathing, both shortness of breath and breathing faster than normal, increased heart rate, dry mouth, dizziness or feeling weak, can't stop thinking about a problem, unable to concentrate, strong fear of objects or places. But even they, like, this is the University of. Uh, it said in the link before, but now it just This is the short form. Jeez. University of California. But yeah, even they say anxiety can cause several symptoms. But these are sort of the most common ones. So anxiety can cause a lot of things. And it's sort of like this like shortness of breath is, yeah, one of them. So definitely. If you have like some of the other symptoms as well, have you checked any of them like out with your doctor, or how's doctor? Sleeping outdoors does the trick for you. Okay. You're having the flu right now? Oh, I hope you get well soon, Tony Gamer. You always drink squash or juice? Do you mix it with water? Or do you just drink it pure? Okay, so water on its own, only on its own. But with juice and squash, it's fine. I actually drink water nearly the entire day. Apart from water, I only drink like tea, and we always have like some type of soft drink, but we usually only drink like a glass or something per day. I don't know, I got like brought up with like usually only drinking water actually. Yeah, definitely. Like, did you so yeah, coming back to the question I sort of asked, like, did you ever get that checked out, your anxiety? Like, are you in treatment for anxiety? Or hmm, interesting. Yeah, to me, water is not disgusting actually. It's like every water actually has a flavor and every water tastes different. That's why every time like I get so used to the water I have at home and every time I go somewhere else the water tastes different. And then it actually tastes a little bit disgusting. But after a few days you just sort of get used to it. But so are you in any type of treatment for your anxiety or did you get your anxiety checked out somewhere? Or is the question more coming from I have air hunger and I don't know where it's coming from? And ChatGPT told me it might be anxiety. Because yeah, sort of like Fluffy, like context matters here. The flu coming. Oh no, she said I could have asthma. I'm having to do flow test for 2 times a day for 2 weeks. Hmm. Okay. Definitely. It's really good that you are in diagnostics. Um, so yeah, like it can come from anxiety, but if you have it really like, do you have it every day, like the entire day, or do you have it at some times on your day? And did it start sudden or? Because yeah, I feel like it's probably more of like a body problem because anxiety is really like fear of something, right? So then like every time you have this like air hunger, you would be sort of in panic, like fearing something. So if there's no emotional attachment like this, I definitely agree with Fluffy that it's probably a body problem. If there is an emotional attachment like this, it could still be a body problem because sometimes, so for example, with like a panic attack, usually we get like, so there's like certain differences, but a panic attack is usually sort of also connected to the fact that we get scared of the symptoms themselves. Um, So it's not necessarily meaning that it's not a body problem, but it can also just mean that it can. She ain't really worried about me because I can speak full sentences. Okay. But yeah. But if you're not like, so if you're not scared of have like anything like any emotional combination with this, let's say, when you have this air hunger, I don't think it's from anxiety probably. Yeah, that's definitely more the emotional level of a panic attack. Sorry for you, Asta. But yeah, panic attacks are really, really scary. And usually, like, if you have panic attacks, you learn, because they're like so scary and it's so hard to get out of them, actually, you learn skills to calm yourself down while you have them. Um, I mean, anxiety can, of course, like start from like a traumatic experience, like sort of suddenly. And then also be daily if it's something which has to do with your daily life, right? She thinks it's because the flu was in my body causing breathing problems, then 2 months later, posh. Hmm. Yeah. But I think, I mean, if you feel like or worried about that it could be anxiety or because of anxiety, like we from here, right, like from the internet, like we don't see you, we don't know the entire history, we only have a very small picture of your situation. But it's always valid, and your doctor will always, like, probably always welcome any questions like this. So the next time you see her, you can also just, like, definitely, like, feel empowered to ask her, like, if it can have something to do with anxiety if you're worried about this. Because she is the person, like, she's seeing you, right? Like, she has hopefully, like, all the context and the entire history of that, and then she can probably like instantly reassure you that it has nothing to do with that, or even be like, okay, that could actually be a thing, like why do you think that, and then it helps you to get a better diagnostic, because maybe it has to do with something she I don't know, like with some event you went through or something she doesn't know about, and where she needs the context of it. Unfortunately, with GPs, you don't see the same GP. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, for us, actually, like... okay, that's a bit annoying, definitely. But you can surely also ask the next GP. Like, they will have, like, some type of file, right? So... like, you can always ask, still. But, like, why did you come to think of it that it might be anxiety? Hmm? Hmm. Wow. That's really tough, Esther. Hmm. I mean, you can't do anything about that, right? Like, you suffered the entire day. I wish there would be something, like, we can do to help you with that. But I hope it's, like, rare that you have panic attacks for so long, at least. Hmm. Okay, I see. Last June. So did it start sort of like after June? Or like in that sort of area? But you were having 6 police officers and all my friends looking for me. Live in a harbor city, so I understand their fear. Oh. Hmm. No, definitely, it's like not optimal, right? But it's still something you sadly can't fix, right? Hmm. I mean, maybe there's a way you can, I don't know, like give them a key to your apartment, but at the same time, you said you didn't really trust people that much, so that's probably more anxiety inducing for you, Esther Laren. My breathing issue started this October, and they're on it now. Hmm. Hmm. Well, you can always get more anxiety from having breathing issues like this, right? So your anxiety and these breathing issues might not be like your anxiety levels and these breathing issues might not be unrelated, even though your breathing issues might not come from anxiety. So it's still like it still can be the case that because of these breathing issues you feel more anxious. Because especially if it's like shallow breathing and there's like more shortness of breath, right? It definitely can make you feel like uneasy and restless. Your breathing has eased a bit while having this flu. Okay. Well, hmm. I mean, sometimes, allegedly, sometimes it is the case that because we get uh, like that we have like that we are ill with something our body's like not catching, But the moment we get sick, our body, because like the white blood cells, right, are like through the roof because our body's trying to fix things and like heal ourselves, it's like that we then also catch that other illness we haven't been catching before. So that's also a thing. So there's like a lot of different possibilities here. But essentially, as long as you're in diagnostics and your doctor is like is interested in like finding the reason, and you're now doing these breathing tests, I think that's already a very good way. But I still feel like if you are, because anxiety and what anxiety can do, right, and what like bodily symptoms we get from especially mental health issues, is very very individual. So what I'm trying to say here is if you yourself, like even though we are saying like seems rather unlikely, if you yourself are really feeling like, I don't know, I just got that gut feeling that this could be exactly like have to do something with it. It's like you have the most informations about yourself, right? Like we don't have as many informations, also not your GP has as many informations. And so if you really have that gut feeling, bring it up with your GP. Just the next time you see them, tell them like you were sort of thinking about this and you thought it might have to do with the anxiety, and then tell them your reasoning. And I think that's honestly the best way, because I don't want to be here and be like, no, like definitely for sure not, like you don't know, and like overrule your gut feeling, okay? Because even though like possibility is slim, maybe you might just be that 1 in a million person. Who knows, right? So like if it's something, she's testing me for asthma. Yeah. Like if it's something where I feel like it's probably something else, you can always keep it in the back of your mind. And if like nothing comes out of this, like you can always still bring it up, right? But I feel like with something like this, there's no harm in telling it to your GP, right? Like even if it's only a side note they like can have on their mind if they try to find out what's the reason. That's a good idea. Let's actually all do that. We've been here for 2 hours already. I really like doing this stretch here. Like I was in the gym. Oh. My body is protesting. It wants to sleep. Hmm. I mean, you can just do a little bit, you know? Just start with something small. You can really just start with doing this for your, you know, for your ankles. Wait, this is not your. How do you. For your hands. Let's just say hands, whatever. If you think a nap will feel good and help you, then definitely do so. Wrists, yes, perfect. Maybe you can air out your room a little bit. Because I imagine when you like have been sleeping for so long, and your bedroom is maybe a little bit small, the air is probably quite shit. So if you can muster up the energy, just quickly open the window, get some new air inside. But I hope you can find some rest, and I mean, I hope it's gonna get better with your day. A lot of love, Esther Laren. And thank you for the follow and welcome. How are you doing, chatter? You normally only drink 750 milliliters a day? Oh. Well, go drink something now. Hydrate. Your body needs a lot of hydration. Ooh. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. And welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. The support is highly appreciated. Very cozy vibes here. I love it. Oh, I'm glad. So we're at the moment just doing like a mental health check-in. So if you want to take part in it, you're very much invited to. It's just essentially about like how you're doing today or in the last couple days. How is life? And the other thing we're doing right now is actually a little bit of stretching. So if you might have been sitting at the PC for a while or not having hydrated, or maybe lacking nutrition because you haven't eaten, then this is your reminder to do something good for your body. I definitely have while having this nasty flu. All right, all right. Catch you soon. Now or for a bath. Oh, that's really good. Really get those like how you say that? The only thing I know is like moist air. Um uh like it's sort of like a steam bath. That's actually really, really good for getting better. I'm glad you're doing that. So to get rid of the sweats. Oh wait, you're doing a cold bath then? Well, so much for the steam. Or there's like a hot bath. Oh no, a hot bath is helping against sweats. I didn't even know. But yeah, it's also really good with the steam for your like lung and airways. So really try to breathe in deep if you can. But get well soon, Tony Gamer. It was a pleasure to have you here. If you want, join our Discord. And then hopefully see you again soon. Maybe later or on Monday next time. You have the holiday blues, chatter? This year I've related to the Grinch more than I have Santa Claus. Oh. How come? One last time before you go, another stretch? Alright. This time I'm actually gonna stand up to stretch a little bit. Oh my god. The timing, bro. No way. So, we were doing stretches, okay? No, 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 no. This is not this, like, trust me, this is not this kind of stream, okay? Is this embarrassing? Oh, hello everybody. Yeah, so welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. So many people, by the way. Holy frick! Like what? So welcome everybody. And Puzzlehead Talks, thank you so much for the gift sub to Tana Grace. And welcome, welcome, welcome. What have you been doing? What have you been up to? Jesus, I still can't believe this is how this starts. Oh. You lost your dad in January after losing my mom July of last year. I'm okay, just difficult. So this is your first holidays alone then, or like without your family? I bet it's difficult. I'm really sorry. Do you have any friends you can sort of like share Christmas with to not be alone? Are those powers in the background? Yes. All of them. Is this the ostrich stream? Why am I hitting their head in the sand to hide? Yeah, yeah. This is secret community though, so you know. You're really flexible. Well, I try to be, I guess. Tana wants to know if you also like freak folk music like she does. That seems like a very specific genre. I'm not sure if I know what type of music we're talking about within that genre. But I don't know, like, send me your playlist, Tana. I will look into it. Seems like I missed something, yeah. Big ass raid. My viewers lie. I do not believe anything they say. Oh, well, there's no shade in like freak folk music, right? So what have you guys been doing? Oh, you have to run already? All right. Do whatever is healthy for you. Thank you so much for the support. I will I will keep watch. I don't know. I will take care of your community to the best of my ability. But thank you so much. So, yeah. So, hi everybody. Um, well, like yeah, I'm Crate. My real name is Leah, and I live in the Netherlands. Not that that matters, but anyways, I actually like so I'm German. I moved a couple of years to the Netherlands. Now I live in the Netherlands, and we're doing mental health streams. We do them twice a week, where we just essentially like we talk about whatever needs to be talked about. Really, like we do like normal mental health check-ins where you just sort of share how you've been doing today, how you've been doing the last couple of days. But of course, we also talk about any topic which seems necessary in that moment. So, for example, if anybody is struggling with anxiety or depression, or like sleeping problems, or anything like that, really, or maybe just considering if they want to like get like an ADHD or autism diagnosis and just, I don't know, want some second opinion on that, then also that. So, um, if you look for anybody to talk to about any vulnerable topics or feelings, then yeah, this is what we do here. This is the stream here. And we really try to support everybody who needs support. Because as we all know, in our society, there's still a lot of people who can't afford professional healthcare, mental health care, or who are just on waiting lists for like 6 months or something and still have a long time to go until they can see a therapist. Or who just need a little bit of extra support since therapy is only a couple times a month. Or maybe you just need some guidance to actually do the step and get professional therapy. Or who just need some guidance with something very specific. So, yeah, just a lot of different use cases, but this is our stream. I am not a professional psychologist. I do this from the standpoint of somebody who has, well, experienced anxiety, depression, childhood trauma, really like probably anything you can think of myself. And now actually stopping therapy and being mentally stable and sort of wanting to help others. And yeah. So sometimes we game and play League, but that's really rare. So usually we really just talk about mental health or sometimes even supplements and medications and our experience with them. But yeah, essentially we're just here for each other with whatever you need. Yeah. So welcome everybody. And is there anybody who wants to take part in a mental health check-in? You don't need to suffer, by the way. You can also just, if you had a great day so far and have something really good to share, some good news, that's also really, really welcome. And I don't know, we're always happy to hear of success. So yeah, anybody wants to take part in a mental health check-in? I can also go first if you guys want to. If you guys don't trust me yet, I understand. Yes, Fluffy, absolutely. I'm tiny bit overwhelmed, to say the least. But yeah. So before today, we had the topics of we were going into supplements for a hot minute and about like melatonin supplements and also sleeping medication, how you can get addicted to them, about depression, and apart from that, we're more so been in the general situation of talking about general mental health topics, and going into each and everyone's mental health check-in a little bit. We talked about exam anxiety actually as well. Don't worry, it's just the equivalent of 22 plus soccer teams. Yeah. Don't worry, it's just a whole like ballroom full of people. So, I feel like I'm gonna fill the silence here. And just start with the mental health check-in myself. Because I've been pushing that so far because we had like so many other like topics to talk about. So For me, today was an eventful day already. I started with, well, not having the best of sleep, but actually already better. But I had a lot of doctor's appointments recently. So yesterday I was at the dentist because they had to fix up my night guard for sleeping. Um, and then today I was at the doctor to actually get my chronic headache checked out because I have chronic headache. And they did some tests on my spine where they well, I don't know, essentially they just say oh, don't worry, it's just like a tiny metal hammer, and then they just hammer on your spine, and you're like, and this should be fine, sure. um, and yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna have an appointment with the radiology to get my spine properly checked out, and so a lot going on really. Um, but all in all, it was a very, yeah, actually a very successful doctor's appointment. I wouldn't have thought about that. Because usually, actually, I don't know, I don't know if anybody here's from the Netherlands, but Dutch doctors are not as, I feel like not as motivated to actually spend resources on you, or at least haven't been for me. Like the moment I signed up for therapy, it was just like, oh yeah, your chronic headache, definitely, definitely just because of therapy. Like you're already going in therapy, then like we don't need to do anything else. Um, and so I switched doctors, and now having this doctor just be like, okay, like when do you want the appointment? Like today or tomorrow was really pleasant, like really nice. So I'm really happy, and I'm happy to get some more, well, clarification to see if there's anything going on. Okay, so I have a question. A cute girl has been messaging me. She trauma dumped her past, where previous partners have treated her like dirt. This made me not want to talk to her anymore because I think she has too much baggage. Am I an asshole? Ooh, okay. Am I an asshole? Questions are very interesting. Um, so the thing is, I like, what is the other option here, right? Like, let's say, let's just behave like, okay, like you are an asshole. So what would change that? Like you like start talking to her again, even though you don't want to. Like that's not really a good solution to this topic, right? So I'm always like really for people doing what they feel like. Like even if if you don't like somebody for the most stupid reason possible, um as long as you don't like them, I don't think there's a point in like forcing yourself to still have contact to them. Because I feel like everybody deserves a person which likes them, right? And I feel like with a lot of people, it's just a type of like matching. And so I don't think we actually need to. I don't think we need to talk about who's to blame or who was wrong here. Because it's entirely fine to not like somebody for whatever reason. And it's a thing where if it turns into a pattern, and it turns into a pattern where it's like, I don't know, like harmful to like society as a whole, or for example, harmful to you because you can't make meaningful connections, then this is definitely something to consider, and then the pattern needs to change, right? But if this is not a pattern or anything where, I don't know, you personally have like motivation to change something about, then it's really like, if you like just being like, I don't have a, like, I shouldn't feel this way, or I don't know, like, there's no point of me feeling this way, or it's wrong of me to feel this way, it's not going to change your feelings. So if you don't want to talk to her anymore, don't talk to her anymore. And I guess what you can do is, and that's more the question then, I guess, if that's like a thing you should talk about or not, because people also sort of like deserve feedback, right? Um, but for feedback, it's always important to know, like, okay, what is a thing which is only you related, and what is a thing where actually, like, she should change something. And so I feel like this is she trauma dumping on you. Um, is something where, like, well, with feedback it's also like always like, I feel like a feedback makes the most sense if there's still something to be fixed. If there's nothing to be fixed because you don't give a fuck about it anymore, and you're not interested in it, um, then there's also not really a point for feedback. Because feedback, you can like, people can take on feedback the easiest if there's like a distinct motivation connected to it. So, I see. So you sort of like, well, feel guilty because you're like, I don't know, like I don't want to be mean to somebody for having like a bad experience. But yeah, when in that regard, I absolutely agree with Jules that like everybody has the right to not be able to deal with something. Like even here in stream, right? Like it's really like everybody needs to protect their mental health. And especially if it's a person where you feel like they're not good for your mental health, like the way you would treat them also gets lower. Like if you don't have space for them, like the possibility of just sort of like looking past that and just, let's say, like you ignore your feelings here and you still have contact to her, it would honestly probably maybe make you like a bad friend to her because you wouldn't have as much space to accompany like this emotional, well, this emotional burden maybe coming with such conversations. So it's really something where I just feel like, just because of how the situation is, maybe you can find some, find some peace that there's not really like this easy option of like, oh yeah, you just ignore that and you like are still like a really great friend to her or something. Like because you feel that way, you probably won't. And so it's better for the both of you if you don't ignore that, but actually like do take distance. Because I feel like distance in that moment is, it's not necessarily bad, right? Like it doesn't, like, yeah, like it's not pleasant for her to like have talked about all of this stuff and then be left alone for sure. Like that sucks. At the same time, I guess it sucks more to then get closer and closer to know somebody, and you just feel every time you talk about something, there's like sort of like a hesitation or resistance from the other person. Because especially people who have been like emotionally abused or something like this are usually like very attuned to, or like hyper aware of other people's emotions. So just, I don't know. I don't think you should feel guilty in a way like I should have done that. Like you don't really, like you're not a professional in that area, right? Like you're not a therapist, and that's fine. And the only other thing I do want to point out is that for you personally, um, maybe it could be interesting to explore why there's such a resistance. And if that resistance is actually popping up in other aspects of your life. So, with that example sort of in mind, thinking about your friendships with other people, and then sort of feeling and considering like, am I able to be there for my friends? Like, do my friends, are they able to like talk openly to me about problems of them? Or am I actually not really emotionally available to anybody around me? You know? So I really think it's way, way less about the question of like who's the asshole or like who shouldn't have done whatever. But it's really like this is the situation, and now we can like learn from whatever information there is in that situation. But yeah, like trying to make something work, even though you don't feel like making that work, is not going to be beneficial to anybody. So it's, I guess, yeah, interesting like where your guilt is coming from, you know? And hi, Fireshark. Yeah, I got a huge rate, actually. It's really insane. I'm still a bit like, okay. A bit nervous about like all these people. I'm just laughing through the nervousness and like hope that works. And hi, Zigobertus. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, like it's, I don't know, it's like always fine to make any type of decision for yourself if it's not like this is like a good, I don't know, like this is not like personally harming people, right? Like, so of taking your personal way and just not having to do with each other anymore is, that's how it's going to go with like most people we meet, just because it's not a good match, you know. So yeah, I feel like, I don't know, like it's interesting where the guilt is coming from, because it's might show you something about yourself you haven't known so far, you know. Because guilt can come from like a lot of different places. Like some people feel guilty when they don't talk to people with mental issues because they have the standards, that that would be good and that would be like a good person's thing to do, right? And we're still getting to know each other, and it kind of came out of the blue. Yeah. I mean, if you want, we can sort of like explore that in more detail right away. Because if you're, for example, like if you're in general like more, uh well, no. So, I think this resistance that you feel here, apparently it's sort of like a hard resistance because you don't feel like talking to her at all anymore. It's like do you know where that is coming from? Like, are you aware of where it's coming from? Hmm. Yeah. Mm, sometimes this resistance and this type of guilt can sort of like link with each other in a way where, because we feel we're not the right person and we can't handle that. We have like a huge resistance to do that because we just really believe like we can't. But at the same time, we would like to be such a person and see it as sort of like a thing we lack, and then there's a lot of guilt because we have the standard that we should be able to handle that or should do that or something. But we don't fulfill it. But in a weird way, I think this guilt is something where like actually a lot of people, especially in the mental health sector, need to learn that just, yeah, sacrificing your own boundaries, your own energy, your own health for other people is not the way to go. And because, you know, like in that sector, like you will at some point probably talk to a person who's gonna use suicide as sort of like a manipulation strategy, and or not even as a manipulation strategy, because that's sort of the worst case scenario. But it can really also just be like that you have a patient where you don't know if you can save them. And even if you're a psychologist, you need to draw the line between the doing your best and taking on responsibility for another person's life. Because after all, we're not responsible for other people's lives. We can help them, and helping is really good. And we should try to help people. But if it's something where you just like personally just feel like this is like nothing I can do anything, I don't have the capacity for this, and I'm overwhelmed by the situation I'm being put in, and I don't want to be put in that situation again because I'm like scared to do something wrong maybe, and that's why I don't want to talk to them anymore, then the best thing we can honestly do is just tell them that this is overwhelming to us because we're not a professional and we don't know how to help them. And we think they need professional help, you know? You need to stretch. Yeah, the thing is, though, I stretched already 2 times in the last, I don't know, 10 minutes? So welcome, followers, by the way. You know what I mean? Glory boy? And thank you for the follow, Mandas. What do you do if you struggle with finding your community friends? In which way do you struggle? Really depends. Because sometimes we just don't put ourselves, like we don't expose ourselves to people from the right community. And that's why we struggle to find people from the right community. Because we expose ourselves to communities we don't want to be a part of, actually. It's like this situation sort of like going to like a club to make friends, but wanting friends who, I don't know, are into reading books and gaming, for example, you know? It's like there are some people there, sure, but you probably have a higher chance if you go to a book club or something. So sometimes we just really need to adjust our strategy in finding our community and friends. But in what way we need to adjust our strategy sort of depends in where you struggle. Yeah. But I feel like there's a lot of ways sometimes where we can make that happen. But I can only sort of cite this one. I was watching a interview of Brennan Lee Mulligan, where a quote was mentioned, and I don't know from who that quote was. I just know it was in that interview. But the quote was, "Community comes at the cost of comfort," and I really couldn't agree more. Like, to find your community and friends, you need to expose yourself to new people. You need to put the effort in of getting to know new people. And especially for introverts, that can be quite challenging. What if you always feel alone, even with friends and partner? Okay. So this is a different problem, I would say, or a different struggle. Because if you feel alone, even with friends and partner, then it's more about how you connect to them and your connection with people around you that is lacking. And the thing you essentially do, um, or I guess how I would approach it personally, would be to find out where this is coming from specifically. So if it's like the most common sort of like cause is that you just don't share enough, and there's no like the connection you have is sort of shallow and not really like about the topics you're interested in, and you don't share what you struggle with, they don't share what they struggle with, and it's just sort of like on that level of like, I don't know, like seeing a neighbor in the supermarket and being like, how are you? Good. All right. That's it. And then maybe like, I don't know, after a couple of minutes being like, yeah, let's do something. And then nobody ever follows up on that because it's just sort of like a polite phrase and that's it. Um so the thing is really that just if you feel alone around other people, like you either have the wrong people around you, or, and if this is with everybody, right? Um It's probably a pattern which has to do with your way of connecting to people. Like if you're never vulnerable with people around you, if you don't trust anybody around you, and that's why you don't share anything. Um, or if you, for example, like overstep your own boundaries and never, like never take up your space or never share your boundaries so other people can't respect them because they don't even know. Um, then this is a thing which will drive disconnection between you and other people. And it's something which is scary at the beginning to change for sure, but it's something you can train. And I don't know, like if you have understanding people around you, you can even just actually talk to them and share how you feel lonely even in their presence, and sort of try to get some help fixing that issue and working on a solution on that. Welcome, Naradim, by the way. For me, alone and lonely is not the same. Hmm. Okay, how do you define it? Or like in that context specifically? Because like I feel like alone and lonely can mean different things in different contexts. contexts, Jules. Maybe you're trying to fit to people that doesn't replicate your efforts. That can also be a thing. But usually it's more like with every sort of, that's honestly like the thing I learned about therapy. Like, if there's any type of pattern in your life you really hate, um, it can be really whatever. Like, if you, I don't know, don't have meaningful friendships, or specifically like that you feel alone with friends and partner and you feel isolated. Like, if this is a pattern you sort of have with everybody around you, um, for and sort of like I guess the amount of people you have tested this on has reached a certain threshold where you're like, okay, I tried this for years. It's always the same. Then it's probably a pattern which evolves around you and your behavior. Because we influence a lot how, like, what type of friendships we have with people around us, right? Like, if we're not a safe person, like, people don't tell us shit. Like, if we are judgmental, people probably lie to cover up their mistakes. Like, it's really like this sort of pattern of like action and reaction is a lot in any type of relationship, and it's influencing every relationship. So it really depends, sort of like, if this is a pattern which happens sort of like with everybody, then there's always some responsibility you have to carry yourself and how you need to fix this interaction. Because that's also the only thing we can do, right? Like, we can, of course, like, we can try to find like new friends and stuff, and like not find friends with that pattern anymore. But if we tried and that doesn't work, at some point we well have to take accountability that it might have to do something with us. Oh no. Yes, I got your comment. I was just still on the last topic. But that sounds terrible. Hmm. Is there like anybody sort of like who's watching over you? Um, like any partner or something like that? Because I don't know, like, definitely don't go back into the bath when you don't feel all right. Like, we don't want any accidents, right? Your kitten is all you got? Okay. So take care of yourself then. I'm glad that you stepped out of the bath. And I hope you get well soon. When there are people with you, you're not alone, though you can feel lonely nevertheless. Ah, yeah. Well, this is, I guess, the more common use of these words, but I've actually experienced a lot of people just say like they feel alone even with people around, and then they just, uh, yeah, well, mean loneliness. So it depends uh, on the person how they define that word. What's my take on trauma bonded people? Boundaries are really hard. Like, trauma bonded is a dependency, or like essentially it's a bias in the relationship between you and the other person. So it's with that bias, I feel like boundaries can turn really hard to establish. Because there's just, I don't know, like, for example, you have this like a stereotypical situation of like two people like being in a relationship together, they sort of like trauma bonded, but they have like nobody else. So there's this expectations that they need to be everything for the other person. There's a lot of dependency on each other, and this can turn really toxic really quick. Just because, for example, like one person is doing worse, and then the other person is expected to help them get out of that bad phase instead of like maybe keeping their own sanity, and like sort of like helping their own mental health and taking like a step back, instead. But we just, yeah, like sacrificing yourself sort of like for the relationship because it means so much and you're dependent on this. Like if you're dependent on like any type of situation or any type of circumstance, it's always harder to maintain normal boundaries because you're biased, right? Like if you're, for example, if you're desperate for money, if somebody tells you like, I don't know, like eat garbage for like $200, you're more likely to do it than if you're not desperate for money. So this is just essentially like the same thing if you trauma bonded, I feel like, which just makes boundaries really complicated. Like it's not an impossible situation or anything, but it's just a situation which, especially with people who were traumatized, because boundaries are a common issue, right? If you had like any type of trauma, to like have proper boundaries is rare. So yeah, just a really, I don't know, a common thing to, I guess, watch out for. But I'm not gonna say it's impossible. Like there's always that one in a million. Hi Namistrim, welcome, welcome. How you doing? What if you easily feel frustrated, bored with relationships? I mean, that could be an indication of many things. Like, it can be an indication that your relationships are entirely shallow, right, and don't give you anything. So, but yeah, like the thing is, like, you are like the 50-50 in like how your relationships are, right? So if you are like bored with their relationships around you, make them not boring. Like talk about, like, find out why you don't talk about the things which aren't boring, you know? Or like why they are bored. Like, do you only have relationships to people which can't share your hobbies? And maybe that's why it's boring, because you can talk about those things, but like nobody's getting it. And then you might, yeah, should look for friends in the right communities. Or is it maybe just that you feel some type of resistance to talk about the things you're really interested in, because you're scared of the feedback you might get? And that's why you never really share. And with the frustration, it can also sometimes, yeah, just like it also depends, right? Where the frustration is coming from. Sometimes we also do need to accept that we might be like pedantic and need to train to be a little more accepting of, or see more of this difference between like, this is me and my wishes, but this is not how everybody needs to do it. You know, I'm the guy being pedantic about words. It's a bad habit. Well, it's like not wrong to expect something specific from words, right? Like, as long as you know that this is just the way you do it, but like any type of word is just a tool for communication. And so I don't know, like, I don't like to see language as sort of like a scientific thing where you need to do like everything correct, but I just see language as a tool to understand each other. So this is sort of how I try to optimize it. And when you optimize language on communication and just understanding each other the best, to your ability, then singular words all of a sudden become way less important. But yeah, that's just, I guess, how I handled that, because I can be pedantic myself sometimes, but yeah, just going from like singular words to just a tool for communication can be um it can be like, you can be like pedantic about something else, but now it doesn't really affect anybody. Because if the goal is like streamlining communication from your side, it's just there's less responsibility on the other person and less expectation. But yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But what is your take, Jules, on trauma bonded people? And Fireshark, do you want to go more in depth about what you like, how you specifically feel frustrated with relationships? By the way, like, do tell, like, everybody here, quick reminder, do tell if you don't agree with something. Like, if you don't agree with something or you don't understand something, just ask and sort of share your opinion. Like, mental health is a very individual topic, and it's really, I don't know, it's like more opinions is always helpful. With very few sentences. Connecting through trauma is, I think, the fewest I can do. It's so it yeah, it really depends on like how you again personally see the term, because like some people only use trauma bonded when it's a like you really like you lived through something together specifically, and then the trauma can like be sort of like from the outside towards those people which are trauma bonded, or it can even be like from like abuser to the victim. um uh from what I've like how I've seen people use it, it can also be that you get to know somebody who is really well, just who has like really close trauma to your trauma, and then you sort of like can connect through having like a very similar experience. But yeah, again, it's like one of those things where like you just, it depends on how the person is um defining trauma bonded. So yeah, was that like, do you know what I mean? Followers, are you following? I feel frustrated because they tend to not see the full picture and do stupid, impulsive decisions, negatively impacting me from association or exhaustion from observing the situation. Hmm. Okay. Mm, like I actually like I had struggles with this, exactly like this fire shark. This is connected, like for me, it's connected to my autism. Do you have any diagnosis like that, or have thought about this? Because to me, this is really like I can relate to that a lot. Because I really think in like very abstract, sort of broad systems, especially about the world and how like our society works and stuff. And it's to me especially like there is like a very like back then especially I had like a very like sort of black and white thinking. So there's like a good way to do things and there's a bad way to do things. And there's like always sort of like the optimized best way to do something. And because I had such a sort of need to optimize and do things right, and that was also connected to past trauma of doing things right, because like mistakes had such a big negative emotional impact and felt like unsafe and stuff like this. I optimized all of this. And when people then did like things which are different or did things where it like negatively affect me, um, as sort of like collateral damage, even if it's not been anything big, it's really been like super super annoying to me because I just assumed that everybody should take as much like consideration of like what they do as I am, even though I'm like hyper aware and um, well, like had this like perfectionism in me as well. And so this is for me this came from two things, right? With that. So one was the believing that like any type of mistake and whatnot was like really bad and getting like a big emotional like negative reaction to anything bad happening. So for example, like I don't know, like dropping a glass or something, or just like like anything like that was like really, I don't know, like even though like it didn't matter much and it didn't do anything like really bad, I got like such a big negative impact from it emotionally and was really sort of taken aback by it. And that was like my trauma response. And then the sort of like the autistic side to this was more that I was really invested in doing it my way because my way is like the optimal way and the right way. So essentially, how I sort of helped myself with that was first of all train to accept different ways and just be like, this is not impacting me, this is impacting them. And whatever they like, like some people just want to do differently. My solution is also only like based on my knowledge, and other people might have different knowledge they don't share with me. So even though this seems to me like a stupid decision, like they might have knowledge which makes it a good decision. And at the same time, like everybody's entitled to make stupid decisions in their life. And some people need that even to like learn properly. So sort of like getting away a bit from this like black and white thinking and wanting to enforce that on other people, but just seeing like this is me, this is the way I want to do things, and this doesn't need to apply to other people. And then the second thing was really training to be less impacted by any sort of failure and learning that I'm safe even if I make a mistake or if I'm connected to somebody who makes a mistake. That's there's like I'm not a bad person because of this, and sort of like really healing that trauma to overcome this emotional attachment to that. And hi, Grumpy Bellas. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? And howdy, Mr. Paramedic. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We're doing mental health checks right now, so if you want to share how you're doing today and in the last couple of days, you're very welcome to. I also find it frustrating when people purposefully project themselves as weak or pathetic, for example, through self-deprecation, low self-esteem, or heavily validation-seeking personalities, heavily neurotic personalities, those stuck to their identify as suffering and being nothing more than their trauma. I mean, Fireshark, are you in any type of therapy, by the way? I was sort of like asking that before already, right? But like, have you ever got like any professional help with this or anything? No, okay. Is that like a possibility where you live or for you? Mm. It's more like a general like context based question, because this is something where like I don't know, like like there, like this is like for psychologists, like you don't need to be like suicidal to get therapy, right? Like if you sort of like have a pattern in your life you don't really need, then like getting a psychologist and getting professional help with this is just like you can only have like a couple of like sessions and might get like really valuable advice, which is like specifically based on you, you know. And it's like really something where like somebody on the internet like can't be that good, because it's like that person is seeing you in person, they're like talking to you in a one-on-one session, so there's no pressure that like I don't know, like somebody knows anything about you don't want to share or whatever. Like you can be like really vulnerable and stuff. Of course they're like professionally trained for this, right? So it's like really they have like way more context and way more information to like help you as like in little time as possible. um so yeah. You mean the question of like if I think you need this, or the question with well, it wasn't like really a question we left over, but more like about the topic before, and giving a better, I guess, solution to how to find better social connections. Oh, thank you, Jules. Thank you for the biddy. So, Grumpy Palace, Cat, I'm so sorry that I'm ignoring your question, how I am, but I just want to sort of have enough space for like everybody else, and don't just like switch topics like too much. Therapy isn't an option for me, I see. People like me don't seek therapy. I don't know why I'm here. What do you mean with people like you? I mean, everybody can get therapy, really. But it's okay if you don't want to. You don't need to. I'm just saying it's a good resource, but it's always your decision. It's like if you don't want to, that's fair. Hmm. Well, therapy is not fixing anybody, right? So I don't know. Like I think that's maybe an important thing for like more people. to know, because therapy is really like, they will not fix you. Like, you won't be like before your trauma or anything. Like, it's not a thing where like somebody is with a wizard staff in front of you and is just saying zimzalabim bim, and now your trauma is like gone and you live like you never lived through this, right? Like, that would also like completely dismiss the idea that it's like what happens to people to make them have mental health issues is not a thing like, I don't know, like your toast got like black in your toaster and now you can't eat it and like now you're traumatized, you know? Like, it's things which are like big and heavy and like, I don't know, like some people might have not survived them. And it's really like the it's influencing us because it holds a lot of weight and because it's not easy to overcome. Like, that's why we're still struggling, right? Like, this, I don't know, like there's a weird perception in our society that like people can like just change and just like, well, you have depression, like severe depression, just go to the gym, like that's gonna fix it. Like, this is not like how mental health works, sadly. Like, there's not like a this magic fix or anything. And also not like, also therapy is not that magic fix. Like, it's really like when we want to, like, what the goal is of therapy essentially is, I mean, it always depends on like the individual psychologist, because they always define that a little bit for themselves, right? Like everybody does, I guess. But the goal is really only to help you achieve what you want. So if, for example, you have anxiety, it's like then you go to therapy and therapy is going to help you and do whatever they can with like all the science they learned to help you do something against that anxiety. And that can, for example, be exposure therapy. That can, for example, be talking about past trauma. But yeah, it's never going to be this like, oh, and gone. And this is also, I don't know, it's not. So it's really like they just, I don't know, they just try to support you with your goals. If you don't have goals, like you go to therapy and you're just like, I don't know what I'm doing here, then literally the psychologist is going to tell you like, okay, bye. Like, there's nothing I can do for you. Like, but if there's things where you feel like, hey, for example, I want to find meaningful connections. Like, I don't like the friendships and relationships I have. And I want better friendships and relationships. Then they will try to help you to find out where that is specifically coming from. And with all the science they learn, with all the research and studies they read, they will try to help you to do something against that and change that. And depending on you as a person, that might be different things. Like, they will tell you all the different options and they will sort of give you maybe like a suggestion of like considering this is how I interpret your struggles. Exposure therapy might be really good. Or but it's always a thing you do with the psychologist together. It's not like they look into your brain and then it's like all of a sudden it's like gone, or they just tell you like one sentence and then you're a changed person. Like, it's really, they help you to be able to do the change you need to fulfill whatever goal you have in mind and get the life you want. But yeah. So it's like, and if you like, honestly, like everybody has some problem, you know? Like, everybody in his life has had some problem. Like, it's like, who gives us a blueprint on how to be a human, right? Like we don't know. Like our parents try to, but yeah, like they just don't know sometimes, you know, what to do. Sometimes there's a lot of other things they like actually train us, which is not really good. What if you basically can't be treated? The thing that's causing the problem is irreversible and permanent. Then you learn whatever you can do to improve your situation. Because there's a lot of things you can do to still improve your situation. Like even if you have, I don't know. So for example, like I'm like, so I had like childhood trauma. And this is, I don't know, like my trauma is not gonna go away. Like I lived through that. Like these memories, I have them. Period. Um, but I can learn how to deal with them best. I can learn how they affect the life I want to lead the least. Which, for example, in my case, just means really understanding what is sort of like how it is impacting my life. Because then I'm able to sort of like see how, like, which areas maybe I need to avoid, or where I need, like, how I need to, what I need to focus on in relationships and friendships so I feel safe. And it's just, I don't know, it's just this like educated person who's helping you to find the best solution which is possible in your situation. So I don't know, like with this problem of like finding friends, like especially now that you say like if there's a problem that is irreversible or permanent, like I'm sort of like, okay, like what does that mean? Like there's maybe more context that I need. Um but usually it's really helpful to find out what specifically is making you bored, for example, with your friends. What specifically is making you frustrated. Um, and then you can maybe, for example, already get more out of your friendships and feel safer with your friends, and then also, therefore, be able to have more vulnerability, right? If you, I'm echoing. Anybody else has that too? Because I know that this has been an issue for uh like sometimes for like one viewer only and they just had to reload. No? Oh, okay. So Zippy reloads, and that hopefully fixes it. um so where was I? mm, but where was I? Ah, yeah. So a lot of the time, what is helping us to find better friendships and relationships is being open to the people around us with our struggles, actually. Because, well, for some people, there's just not a reason why we should be friends, right? And for some people, we just, I don't know, like there's like they didn't know and we're unsure and we didn't know, but like if we tell them what we like more and what we don't like more, they like they can just like that change it because it doesn't even matter to them. They just didn't know, right? Um and for example, if you don't feel safe to be like vulnerable and have like important conversations or like the conversations you want with your with your friends and your partner, well, you might be able to like talk to them to find a way to make that possible. And with the frustration, for example, you might be able to like just tell them that you struggle with these kind of situations and that you really, really value and that is really important for you. That around you, they try to, like act more, well, uh, in a way where these like mistakes, or that you are not in that position anymore, because what is a mistake and what not can differ too, right? So that's why I don't really want to use mistake in that moment. But um you can essentially like ask from the people around you whatever. They can always say no, right? And then you either can like look to find a different solution, or you're just saying like, okay, well, like this is not working for me then. But sometimes we just also really need the strength to let go of friends we don't really fit well together, to find friends and have time for friends where we actually do fit together. And sometimes we notice that this is a pattern going on with literally everybody around us, and then we might need to train our tolerance with certain things. And that might also be useful. But yeah, like even with like really heavy trauma, it's like through training you can usually like actually have the like reduce the impact it has on you. Or just literally learn better or like more efficient emotional regulation tactics. And then like when that happens, you instantly know what to do. And I don't know, like it might be meditation, it might be deep breathing, it might literally be going to the gym. But then you know how to emotionally regulate yourself and you can easily do it, and then it's also easier. So there's a lot of different strategies, and it really depends on which way you want to go as well, and how, like, what is worth to you to do to better your situation and your life. But yeah, there's a lot of different options. There's literally even for chronic pain. So for example, like I have like the chronic headache, right? If I never find any type of solution, there's a thing I can still do, which is a pain clinic. In that clinic, only people go to which have whatever chronic pain, which cannot be fixed. Like they tried everything, it cannot be fixed. You will live like this, or you don't. But like that's your two options, period. So only people go there who literally accept it. There is nothing to be done anymore. This is a condition which will stay with me for life. And then in that clinic, you essentially learn how to best accept that pain and deal with that pain. So it affects your life the least. And I haven't been there yet, so I don't know how that looks like. But apparently, some of the things they do there are really only possible once you accept that there is nothing to be done anymore. And sort of really about like grieving and processing maybe that you like won't have a different life, and that's sort of how then you have to make do with the situation you're in right now, but how you can like the tiny changes you can do how to make that better. But yeah, there's really a lot of different options and a lot of different ways to live, and there's only very little representation on what to do, um on like the solutions there are. But if you go to a therapist, you will be, well, made aware of a lot of different solutions, more unknown ones. There's really no acceptable, plausible outway or outlet for me. Well, I don't know specifically what we're talking about here, right? So if you want me to really sort of find, I guess, like a solution for you, Um, it's like the context is important. But not only the context, also then diving into that and really finding out where it's coming from. Because then you can like tackle the problem best because you can pinpoint the problem and then you know what will help the most. So because outlets and outways, for example, can be a lot of different things. So it's really, yeah, but it really depends on your situation. It's really hard to give any like advice when it could be anything, you know. But yeah, like essentially, I'm like agreeing with Jules here. Like, usually anybody can get some form of treatment. That treatment, well, can, for example, as in a pain clinic, can be not in the form of fixing the issue or like trying to fix the issue, but can also just be in like finding a better way to live with the issue. So it looks different for, it really depends on the person and their struggles. I will say my line of work and what I see at work, a lot of therapists, I see at work a lot of therapists can't handle it, so I stopped going. So just sort of, so I'm just gonna assume you're paramedic because of your name. Correct me if I'm wrong. So essentially, because of what you see at work as a paramedic, you went to therapy to like deal with it better, but you had I like the picture that your therapist can't handle it, so you stopped going to therapy. Oh, goodbye, Horst. But so nice of you to stop by. That's a little late now. I like the like consistent guidance until you're able to lift that unexpected baggage like a gym coach. I think that's really cute. Today I felt like Karen. I was saying how the current delusional stigma and how crazy it is right now. They were like, no, how dare you hate towards women? And since I'm gay, it shouldn't concern me and my opinion doesn't matter. What? Just drop the subject. I didn't want to start an argument with someone who doesn't value my opinion. Hmm. I'm sorry for you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. If you want Fireshark, I can tell you more about my therapy and my therapy experience and what we sort of did specifically. If that would be interesting to you to sort of like see what type of help therapy is. I'm also quickly gonna head to the toilet. I'm gonna be back in a second. First of all, do the same if you have to. But second, drink something, eat something, air out your room, maybe stretch a little bit. Use this moment to do something good for your body. It's about the dating scene and how both parts have wrong expectations of each role and how women have a delusional stigma on what they expect from guys. And what was the argument? Okay. So, how is that not your concern because you're gay? I mean, you're dating women. Isn't that like specifically? Then would that not also be your concern then? I don't know. I don't. But yeah, these type of discussions can be like really charged. It's basically chronic suffering, but high functioning. Okay. Well, chronic suffering, high functioning, is seems actually really close to my experience. Like, not saying it's the same or anything, but I'm just sort of like, huh, that's something I heard before. Because like, yeah, like I have this like chronic headache like every day all the time, but I'm still like functioning like really well, especially if I want to. um but it's, I definitely like can relate to, um well, I'm just gonna like talk a little bit about like, can you redo the thing? A disturbance popped up. Ah, okay. So I was just saying how I surprisingly feel like that seems a lot like my situation. Not saying it's the same, but just because I have a chronic headache, right, which is like the entire time, every day. But I'm like high functioning because I can like, well, function properly apart from that, uh, especially if I want to. Um, but yeah, it's a very unique experience, and I definitely notice how like for my own experience, um, it's definitely been hard to, well, to be understood, and I'm not sure if I am understood, to be honest. Because it's a really unique experience, right? Just having some, like, any pain really like on a daily basis is really draining. And at the same time, because it's so draining, if you're still high functioning and you sort of make it work, the cost of how you make that happen is usually that you have like really bad boundaries with your own body. And that also then really, I don't know, like, usually like it can like really fit well with a personality type of not wanting to talk about your issues and not sharing a lot because you don't want to be a burden. And that's like honestly like how you found, probably like were able to like find this like high functioning way in the first place. um but yeah, like for me it's, I'm not sure if like any of my friends I really understand what it is to have headache the entire time and not even know how not having headache feels like. Um, but they understand what is most important. That for one, there is like, if I tell them that I'm having a really bad headache right now, it's a thing they take seriously because they know that if I say I have headache right now, then it's like more serious. Um, and the other thing is that if um, if I like tell them about my headache or whatever, it's not like uh, there's not this like just giving like shallow advice type situation. Like, it's they know what I expect from them in that moment is just emotional support, not fixing the issue. They know I'm on that myself, or there's no possibility. And they just give me emotional support in that moment. I also share if I have sensitivities evolving around that, and if I notice that something like that is sort of like something they do or whatever like can influence my headache. So for example, like loud noises or like really sort of like really chaotic loud music, or even like really bright lights, even just, I don't know, like not having like a proper bed to sleep on and stuff like this. But yeah, it's something where I sort of, I don't know, I've found help with actually stating more what I need from them specifically, instead of stating what's going on, I guess, and trying to have them understand the situation. Because I feel like chronic suffering is a complex situation and a very individual situation. And especially if you're high functioning, it's a really complex situation, right? So, especially in sort of that regard, I feel like it's really, I don't know, it's really good to know if you already, I don't know, if you have something specific you can ask for from your friends, or you can tell your friends more of like a general rule, then try and have them sort of like puzzle the pieces together about like how to behave around you, considering you have that like whatever chronic suffering. So yeah, it's more, I guess, results oriented instead of understanding oriented language around that topic. But that can really help because, I don't know, like in the end, you just need them to believe you, I think, and support you. And we don't need everybody around us to understand in this like grave detail what's going on. We just need emotional support with whatever bothers us so that we don't have to go through it alone. And if that means that, I don't know, they have to kind of like, that you need to buy like a special table light so that you don't get headache, but like they can still see shit. That's, for example, one of those things. And if it means that, I don't know, like you arrive to a friend meeting, but you already notice like sort of like your headache is flaring up, that you then can just, I don't know, like lay in their bedroom, like on their bed in the darkness for a half an hour, and they just wait till it gets better, if it gets better, you know? Like they don't need to understand your, they don't really need to understand your condition to have understanding, if you know what I mean, Fire Shark. Hi, George. Welcome, welcome. Today, A little bit exhausted. I had already like a doctor's appointment today, and it's just, I don't know, it was like early in the morning, so I had a long day already. And then I had an appointment yesterday as well with like the dentist, and there's just a lot of things going on right now. But at the same time, I'm happy. I'm a tiny bit mellow, sort of, because we had friends over for the weekend and like till Tuesday, but then on Tuesday they left. And now it's like really calm and quiet again. And on one hand, that's really nice, and I'm glad that like I'm able to like get stuff done now again. But at the same time, it's like it was really nice, and I miss them a little bit already. How about you, George? I don't think my relations allow me to be this vulnerable like you. I think it's mostly gender difference. Hmm. Well, I don't know who you're around, right? But you can always try to change that situation, right? And try to change the contacts you have, or just do more with other people than with those people and stuff like this. Like you don't owe anybody um, to be there. But at the same time, it might surprise you how much understanding there is if you are vulnerable. Because sometimes we just really, I don't know, we're so used to a very specific relation that we, I don't know, just assume there's no understanding where there could be. I'm not saying there is, but there isn't. A person who did it instantly got discarded. Discarded seems like you would discard a body. Like they got like they're out of the friend group, you mean, right? Right? Okay, well, anyways, we're not gonna. They basically lost future prospects to success and must live mediocre. Okay. Okay, so that seems like you're in a very performance oriented based social environment. or or how is your environment? And George, how are you feeling today? It's success driven. If you don't get the best grades, clothes, and other stuff. Okay. Hmm. So, like, do you want to be a part of that social group? Because, like, money is not everything, right? Like, people can have very different goals in life. Like, is that social group necessary for your goal in life? Because my goal in life, for example, is honestly just living a happy life, not regretting stuff when I'm old. Like, just having made connections, found friends which are worth something. And really experience deep connection. Learning a lot, laughing a lot. Just, I don't know, like living a life which feels like it has meaning. A life which I want to live, where I feel, I don't know, just excited to wake up, I guess. But it's really, I don't know, it's not based on money. So it's a very different goal. So a friend group, for example, which is very success driven, but in that as well, also like shallow, superficial, judgmental, just, yeah, unsafe, honestly. Very competitive. Um, I don't know, like that wouldn't be part of my, yeah, that wouldn't be part of my life goal or even on the way to my life goal. So, how is this necessary for your life goal? Basically, lethargic. 5 aunts moved into an apartment with 5 other aunts, now they're tenants. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You're fantastic. Oh, I'm glad. Why are you fantastic? Wanna share something like really good that happened or something? We're always here for good news. Oh, bit tired today. Had to wake up so early. And Fireshark, did you hear the question? Just making sure, not that you have like ads or something. But I would love to know how this social group is necessary for your life goal. Or to live the life you want. I don't know that anything specifically good happens. It's just been a long time since I didn't have a positive mindset in life. Nice. I'm glad you're doing well. So, what brought you to this stream, when I might ask? Can't really answer that. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, it's okay when we sometimes, like do something or stay with people to, I don't know, for example, because we don't want to lose our parents, even though they're toxic or something like that. Because we just want to live like a harmonious life. And we still hope that, I don't know, if we just keep the harmony, it's gonna get better or something. Or fear that without them, it's, I don't know, we would never have that family we wanted. And it's just not something we can let go of. Just if that's more like it, maybe. I was scrolling through the Twitch homepage and kept clicking show more until I ended up here. Oh. You were clicking for a while then, I think. Oh well, actually, like right now we have like apparently like 26 viewers. Still from the raid today, so everything. Thanks to Tyler Grace. So yeah, we're well, this is just a mental health support stream. We talk whatever people want to talk about or need to talk about today. So actually, my homepage in the recommended smaller communities category, you're actually first. Oh, okay. I feel honored. So, yeah, well, then in this community, we have like mental health check-ins twice a week. And we sort of always usually do with like everybody's coming in like a mental health check-in in terms of like how have you been doing in the past couple of days, like since the last stream usually, and then we just sort of go where the topics lead us and whatever needs to be talked about. Okay. That seems really superficial. But I mean, so far you seem like a nice person. Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, it truly was just because of my super acute overlay I have. But this one. Oh, this is just like a crafting cutting board, sort of. Uh, has like all kinds of, well, I even say that, like measurements on it, so you can like easily craft. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am very creative. Like if you literally like just like I can only recommend like if you want to see like all of my creative stuff I do, like checking out my websites. That's really like you can just I don't know like see sort of the summary of I guess what I do. And then my YouTube. And then you I guess get a like good grasp of the situation. Oh, and my Instagram. But yeah. But then you have a good grasp of the situation. Maybe. But yeah, I'm like really, really creative. Oh. Well, I mean, as long as you're happy, you know. My Discord? Oh, wait. Yeah, there you go. I think it's always good to interact with a lot of different people. Always forms a broader mindset. So, Fire Shark, coming back to you. Are you well, it probably wasn't an answer which made you like really happy, right? Because it's not as easy, but well, we only have one life and we need to make the decisions we we can stand behind. I just joined. Perfect. Yeah. You assume we only have one life. Fair. Fair. But yeah. I mean, to be honest, even if we would have multiple lives, would would it be worth to waste one? Just saying. I'll come back as a tiger. Tiger's really interesting. I hope you don't end up in a zoo. But apart from that, it's an illusion of a choice. Mm, I don't think so. I would describe it like I know in which direction you go. And I agree, it's not like that free of a choice that you can just say like, "Oh, I want to be a billionaire," and then like like you can be a billionaire. Um, but there's always some choice you have, and this is, I don't know, like sometimes we just, it's like easier to not feel like we have a choice because all the choices that we have are really hard to make, right? Like, well, for example, with my dad, right? Like I didn't have the choice to have a good dad. Like that's not a possibility. But I had the choice to either stay and have like continue this toxic relationship or leave and don't have contact again. And there's many choices in between. There's also the choice to like again try and talk about it or try and put a therapist into the mix or there's a lot of different options. And there is not all options, but there's always a lot of different ones. And to me, honestly, like choosing to not have contact to my dad, it wasn't an easy choice. It was a really hard choice. Because, I don't know, like there was sort of this thing in the room that, like, oh, like I only live for you, blah, blah, blah. So, sort of like the pressure of, like, if you, like, like if you ever, like, not want to have something to do with me, like, I'm gonna, you know? Um, so it definitely wasn't an easy choice. But it was the better one for me. And as it turns out, it was only a phrase used for manipulation. So. Zoo's better than the wilds. Changed my mind. As a tiger? Hmm. I'm not sure. I feel like, I don't know, this like the animals just walking on the same, I don't know, in the same way the entire time. Is that better than living 5 years in the wild and then being shot by like a poacher? You know? Not sure. Hi, Julie. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Exercise. Ah, yeah. Mm, give me a sec. Okay, my weights are all assembled in the wrong way. Just gonna do jumping jacks, but like in a second. Wake up, feel the urge to be a billionaire, save money until I have roughly 10,000, visit my local bank, change the 10,000 euros into Lebanese pounds, suddenly billionaire. Didn't think of that, rather be a cute chinchilla then. Well, now you're already a tiger. But maybe for your third life, How's life? It's alright. It's been an exhausting couple of days, but um, I'm pretty happy. How about you, Juvie? Hmm. But at the beginning, you were three pandas. Do you know the Muffin Man? No. Hi, Luke Sky. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You want to take part in a mental health check-in? And what about you, Juvi? I'm doing good traveling for a few days. Oh, where are you traveling to? Or around, or whatever. Yes, I know, Tony. That's why I said, like, I'm gonna, like, my weights are all disassembled, but I'm gonna do jumping jacks in a second. When I try to fit in with regular people, it usually creates a lot of envy, jealousy, insecurity in the other individual, along with unfair expectations. Hmm. How does that, like, how does that show, sort of, in these situations? Such an American argumentation, great. I'm actually astonished. What do you mean? Which argumentation? In London? Oh, that's nice. I've never been to London, but I always wanted to go. And I still want to go. But, well, it might talk later, but at the beginning you're free. Well, I don't. Well, is that an American argumentation, though? Looks like, are you literally in London? Like, are you in London also, like, right now, sort of? Or were you only born there, but now you live somewhere else? But I don't understand. No, I don't understand. Like, because, I mean, you're still free, no? Like, even with a social security system, well, you're actually more free with a social security system. It's a good city, especially during good vibes during Christmas. Nice. Oh my god. Oh, you moved up north? All right. That's so funny. It's so cool that you like both came in stream and now it actually turns out like you are where like Luke Sky literally like was born. Like what? Social security is beneficial in the long run. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Considering like I don't know, like I'm young and I already have chronic headache, I just don't really relate to the sentiment of feeling like you don't need it if you're young. That's probably why I just don't understand. It shows us them asking for favors or constantly not feeling enough. It also implies a power difference and different mindset values. Hmm. Yeah, I have chronic headache. So well, I still believe in that though. Like I still believe in the tiger analogy. Like I don't see how it like properly relates to the social care system. Um because I I don't think it like applies entirely. Um I'm not sure, Luth guy, but like doctors call it different. It's like I think migraine has like more of like the other symptoms of like, for example, like not seeing properly and stuff like this. And it's sort of like a thing which like spikes and then is gone again. Versus I have like the entire time headache. It's like sometimes it's also spiking, but it's like just the entire time. Because with the tiger, it's really like, okay, like you're born in the zoo, and then you live in a really small space. You never get to learn anybody apart from your own family. They die at some point. You're then alone in the zoo, probably. Um, and after the first few years, you're just gonna like go insane. Um, and then you're just insane. Like your body is technically alive, but you're insane. Um, you're essentially like depressed in the zoo, or you live outside. And like if you make it through like through the first batch, I don't know, you live there a few years, you meet other tigers, you meet other like animals, you can like, I don't know, you just travel a lot of distance, just, I don't know, live outside, do your thing, you know, whatever you want to do really. Um and then you just die at some point. So I wouldn't be sure what's better. Like I would, I don't know. I wouldn't be sure. Because like I don't know. It's sort of like I don't know, like orcas in the sea, whatever, in these like sea parks, you know. Like I don't know about tigers, but I know from orcas that they actually kill themselves because it's so depressing. And like tigers, like usually show this like pattern of insanity with like walking the same route the entire time. So like, is it a life worth living if you're just like insane and depressed and can't do anything you want to do? Like, yeah, your body is alive, but are you alive? Hmm. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be so sure that it's not actually a better option to take the gamble outside and go out with a bang, you know? And just live life at least like to the fullest for like a few years. Oh. Well, exactly, that's why I'm asking. Like, I'm not sure if it's a life worth living in the zoo. Like, you just pick that to make sure of your survival. So it's like, I don't know. Like, outside, it's like your survival is your first priority, right? But you probably have a lot of moments where your survival is ensured. And then you can just do what you want, I guess. Like you can obviously like outside it's like a really like it's a dice roll, right? Like you can be in an area where you're being poached as a kid already or just die as a kid straight up. Like be killed by another tiger or something. Um or you grow up in an area where like you're I don't know, like you're just really lucky, you survive and you actually like grow up to be like a have like a good lifespan for a normal tiger. I don't know. I think that's an assumption. I don't know. I feel like this seems like really like black and white because I'm not saying you're like necessarily wrong. I'm just saying like I wouldn't be so sure. I don't think we have a scientific way to be sure here. So, absolute cute Foo has arrived. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, like there's a lot of different way how life can be nice. Like there's some people who literally like rather get like 30 years old, live like a rock star, and go like die from an overdose, right? There's some people who really want to make sure they turn like 150 and already like optimize everything for survival, but sacrifice life quality for it. So there's I don't know, like it's we make this decision every day, like what we sacrifice, like what amount of life quality we sacrifice for the promise of getting older. Like we know that, for example, like alcohol is bad. We know that smoking is bad. We know that there's a lot of things which make your cancer risk higher. For example, also like flying technically, or like getting like a radiology, whatever CT. Um, like, but it's definitely an act of balance, I think. You know, it's not easy to find that balance, and there's not a like one answer for all. I think it's different for everybody. So I don't know, like it really depends on the person, right? Like there's this YouTuber who's like, how is he called even? Like he's some type of like millionaire, billionaire, whatever. He's making YouTube videos about his like health journey, and he has like an entire doctor team. He's living his day entirely based on their recommendations. They do multiple tests every day. All of his food is like calculated to the comma for like nutritions and everything. He's spending like thousands of euros every day for the pills and whatever supplements he's taking. So it's really like there's like you can go far if you want to optimize for living long or surviving long. Like you can sacrifice a lot of life quality for this. I don't like I feel like it's a very individual decision if that sounds better to you or not. Because his life to me sounds like hell. Genuinely. Like even if he's like more I don't know, like healthier on paper, I guess. So I mean, sure we don't because we can't conduct Tiger, but you just make your assumptions based on your personal desire of fulfilling yourself, which you can't achieve in imprisonment. I make my assumption on the equality, very non-Tiger perception that I wouldn't want to constantly struggle just to survive. No, I understand that. The difference is though that I'm pointing out that I'm not sure what's right, and you're describing my argument as delusional like Americans. So that's sort of like what I'm getting. What I'm getting is your view is stupid, and my view is like so right. And like I know for a fact. Where I'm just saying, like, this is your assumption. There's a different assumption in the room as well. And like everything we have are assumptions, so we can't know. Like, this is like, it's absolutely fair that you want to live in the zoo. But it's not delusional to, like, it's a valid point to feel like maybe I don't want to live in the zoo, and because that might be a better life. That's valid for multiple arguments. They're probably giving him organ transplants. Oh, you know that guy actually? Because I don't even know his name anymore. Watched like one YouTube video of his or whatever where he showed like the list of supplements he's taking, plus steroids. So I learned to upload their consciousness into forever technology. Whoa, that's gonna be wild. Okay. So it's a valid. Okay, sorry. I just assume that when we say like, like, okay, are we not agreeing that a social system makes more sense? Because if that's up for argumentation, then yeah, it was a wrong assumption. But I just assume that we agree that a social system is clearly superior. Depends on your circumstances. Does it? Well, anyways. What I value in life? Mm, I want to have experienced life. Like, I really value good friendships and intense connections. Also, understanding and learning. Um, and hmm, is there a better phrase? I have a question. Why do some people commit suicide? I can't understand that thought process. Oof. If life seems like a net negative, I think. If there is, which essentially is connected to hopelessness. If you don't enjoy life right now and you don't think it can get better. Like they have logic getting to that point. The logic is in a way like we sometimes like really overestimate our perception of reality. So some people can get very sure that it's hopeless. Because they can, for example, be like very isolated to the point where it's like nobody will ever understand me. And therefore, I can make the absolute judgment that it is a hopeless situation. And nobody can know better because nobody will ever understand me. And if you judge your life in a way where your life is a net negative and it's just shit, and it's just you don't want to live it really. It doesn't feel nice to live it at all. then it's really I don't know, like if you don't have a lot of arguments left to live, right? Because there's nothing you feel like living for. So if every day just is suffering and you have no hope that it will end, um, and well, what also comes into the mix is, of course, that suicide is usually committed by people which are emotionally unstable, right? So they can have like a really, really shitty time. And even though they have maybe hope, like hope in good times, right now they don't. And if then, well, that logic all of a sudden makes more sense. And there's nothing, you know, keeping them from doing that, then yeah, it can go in that direction. But there's a lot of the people who commit suicide have suicidal ideations beforehand. And sometimes they just don't speak about them or never seek help. And then at some point, after time and time again, being with these ideations and I don't know, just holding on because people tell you it's gonna get better. But like the I don't know, like those arguments are less worth after the 50th time and nothing has changed, you know? Um there's also some people who, for example, commit suicide after something really good happened. But where they just like something really good happened and I don't feel anything. And I don't feel like it's good. Like everybody says this is the happiest I should be in my entire life and I'm not. And if this is the happiest, then I don't want the rest of my life because it looks shit. But yeah, they have logic. They have logic essentially like everybody else, but from their point of perspective, it's just that this is the better option. So red and green. I mean, I have some nails like this, pandas, so go for it. Welcome back, Ariel. Don't necessarily have emotional issues. It's just despair. Nothing gets better. Nothing will get better. I would describe that as emotional issues. What do you describe as emotional issues? How is that different to it's just despair? Nothing gets better. The definition of love. Okay, we're getting into the deep topics here, I see. Um, definition of love. I feel like love is a feeling of like deep, deep connection, like really intense connection. Like just a connection which is feels really intimate just by the way how intense it is and how vulnerable it is. Where where you're so connected to a person that um, them being happy is like really, really important to you because it's inherently connected to your own emotions. And them being sad is too, I think. It's also genetic differences in how people perceive fear and highs. Hmm. That happy suicidal ideation surprised me when I got them. I'm fine, guys, don't worry, but I do well and truly get the idea. You mean with the being like having the best day of your life, like that part? Or do you mean something different? Ashika. Okay. Are you trolling me? Let's find out. Okay. I low key see it. Like, to be fair, like, I am very white. Um, so I do have to say it's surprising to me to be like you look like who is she, like an actress or um yeah, you look like this Indian actress. And I'm like, okay. But honestly, like, yeah, I do see like from the facial features, I do see the connection. But I do have to say she has like really great hair. And her hair looks very thick compared to my hair, sadly. Also, I feel like her eyebrows might be real and mine are like filled up with color. Because I just usually don't have this like contrast perplexion, skin perplexion. I don't know. Damn. She has really nice pictures, do have to say. Like that one dress really looks amazing on her. And that photo shoot, like whoever did that picture nailed it. I don't get past the feeling that I've seen social media content from her. But thank you for the compliment. I definitely do take it as a compliment. Like, she looks amazing. It's like, I look like this. Thank you. Yeah. I'm actually not entirely happy with my hair because it's so dry at the moment because I use this like special shampoo thing. That's really annoying to me. What kind of people would you say you connect most with? What kind of people? Now I need to put a group on this? Jeez. Um, I haven't profiled my friends that much. Let me take a second here. Curious people. Curious is a key to uh to be even in my friend circle. I think like you need to be curious and sort of like nerdy because I'm really nerdy and curious. And if you can't match me on this, you're gonna probably be annoyed at me, and I'm gonna be bored at you. So like curious and nerdy, I think are sort of the key points of like it can be nerdy about anything really, but yeah, just like interested about stuff. Like if I don't know, like this, those are definitely the people I connect most with. Are you talking about mental health? Um, we've slightly got away from the topic here with Rashi Khanna, and that's probably told entirely wrong. But we were actually talking about suicide before. So in a sense, yeah. I would say emotional issues are not regulating your emotions. You can appear happy every day and go out, meet people, but you just have concerns. It will go to shit, and sometimes it does. Okay, I would say you also have emotional issues in that moment because this you can appear happy every day and go out only means that you can suppress your emotions successfully, not that you can regulate your emotions successfully. Um, you know what I mean? I felt strong emotional attraction to three women and they don't feel the same. Whereas women have felt a strong emotional attraction on me and I don't feel it back. Can you explain that? But, ooh, can I explain that? Well, based on that amount of information, it's a very broad topic still. So the only thing I can explain, because that's the only thing I have enough information about, is general information, being that like finding somebody you match with can take a while. Like there's a lot of humans on Earth. We have a very unique experience, everybody from us. And it's not only about like finding a person you click with, but also finding them at the right time, because we develop and we change every day, right? So it's really like maybe you like meet somebody, but they would have matched you perfectly a year ago, but not now. Um, so it's, I don't know. But sometimes, to be fair, that's also what I want to add. Is sometimes we were socialized in a way where we're actually attracted to people who don't like us, and that's something we should work on. Um, yeah. You know, something unique and different. Thank you, that's so cute. Well, very, very simple. Oh, what do you mean? People I do actually not have to connect with in the long run. Oh, like internet people? Ooh, well, Your merch is cool. The mental health shirts. I'm glad. The mental health shirts are actually, well, they are designed by me, so it's technically my merch. But they are at like sort of like the lowest cost possible. Because I just want to make them like as accessible as possible. But it's not my merch in the way of like, if you buy that, like you support me like crazy. Like, no. I get like $2 or something, like minus the fees you pay actually. So the $2 are essentially like, I don't know if there's any fees or whatever happening, like it should be within those, so I don't make like negative. And that's the important part for me. Yeah. Happiness is a day, sadness is also a day. Why not face life with a smile? I mean, I would argue suppression is still a kind of regulation. Well, nice. Okay, well, okay, let's put it. Okay, I guess. Not like the good one though. Like emotional regulation to me is really defined by once you regulated your emotions, you resolve them. Suppression is putting them on pause. Maybe. Maybe they get more. So I wouldn't, I don't know. Like if people say like, oh, like emotional regulation is like a really important skill, like they don't mean you should suppress your emotions day in and day out. Do you think everyone has flaws? Yes. What if a woman likes you for a month and then hates you? I'm curious as to what that means. Well, it depends. For why does she hate you? Right. It's it really depends. Like it's I don't know. Like if she liked you for months, but then you I don't know killed her cat, you know, like yeah, she will probably hate you. Like there it means you're a dick. I don't know. Like you're maybe sociopath. I don't know. You know, like it's it really like depends on the situation here. But if there is like a very specific cause, then and there probably is some type of cause, and it's probably because of that cause. So as long as you don't know the cause, you can always try to find out the cause by thinking about like what you might have done wrong, what was interpreted wrong, right? Um, but because like a lot of the time it can just be like because of a miscommunication or something. It can also be that you just I don't know, you know, like there's a lot of ways this could have gone. The Truman Show. But am I the cause or her? You don't know. Like like considering you don't know, like nah, can still be you or her. I don't know. So I don't know. Like if you want to know, ask that woman. Really. Like if you want feedback, ask her. So and if there is I don't know. Like I guess I would think about like what she last told me, you know. Like anything negative she ever voiced to me in any regard, even if I thought it's like a tiny thing at the time, like maybe it was a bigger thing. Ask her friends if I know them and I can't talk to her, but I think I would just ask her. Um, and well, then it's also like depending on the feedback you get, right? Hi, blonde robot girl. Welcome, welcome. What is it in you that makes you want to do mental health streams? So, everybody has to do something in life, right? And I think everybody wants to do something meaningful in their life where they can like contribute to society. I think with mental health, because of the experience I've lived through, because of the person I am, I'm good at this. So it's like a way where like it's important thing, right? Like I like to help people, like I want to help people, but I do believe like everybody wants to contribute to society. So I think everybody wants to help in a certain way. I think I can help in this way. And I think it's I don't yeah. I have a lot of motivation because I just feel like I want to help people to not live through the same thing I lived through, um, and have a little bit more guidance. Maybe somebody they can ask if shit is normal or if they should get help. And yeah, but yeah, essentially, it's really like all coming down to I think this is a way where I can contribute to society in a way where it's I don't know, it just makes a lot of sense. So oh, I'm so sorry, Tony Gamer. Like maybe call the doctor again if it's that bad or something. But get well soon. Do you feel like it comes natural to you? Well, no. Like it's like I'm not gonna it's natural now that I went through all of these things and got them checked out in therapy and like now I'm better with it. Like, you know, like it's I didn't start therapy with the goal of this stream. I started therapy for myself. And now through learning these skills for myself, I have those skills. And I guess um, because from how I sort of like live and lived as a kid, I'm like I guess like aware or something. More like hyper aware. Because of the skills I learned doing my streams till 2018. I like know a little bit about how to handle a community, how to stream, stuff like this. So it's really like, I don't know, like all the things I learned in my life so far have led me to this point where now I feel like here, this is how I can make an impact. And this right now seems like the best way how I can make an impact, really. So that's what I do. Yeah. I don't think this is going to go the way you think. May I ask what you lived through? What do you mean, Luke Sky? There's about 2,600k patients in hospital in the UK with this virus. Oh shit. I see. Hopefully it gets better soon, Tony Gamer. That's the reason why I don't want to get children. Adoption would be an option, but I don't want to stand a chance that they inherited my problems. Hmm. That's annoying, right? If you have stuff which is sort of like able to be inherited. Inherited. You don't need to make an impact. I think everybody wants to have a purpose in life, right? No? I feel like everybody wants to do something meaningful. It's just a different topic for a lot of people. That also like brings society forward, right? Like some people really want to drive, I don't know, like PC building to the next level, or gaming, or want to entertain people, or want to make better storage solutions for houses, or better housing, or want to find better like trash solutions and trash systems. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like making an impact is a, you know, just one person loving you and you loving them back. I don't believe in that too much, to be fair. Like, I think there is your partner giving you your entire purpose. Seems like a lot of pressure, no? I feel like there's a lot of pressure on one person. I feel like a lot of people in our society don't have the option to really try to well, do a job where they find purpose in. Like a lot of people just work for money because they have to, period. But I feel like in the moment where you don't have to work for money and you don't need to, like pick your job based on what earns you the most, you probably pick your a job based on where you have the most value for society, right? Like something you like. And then at the same time, like probably like the thing you like and the thing where you feel like you actually like, I don't know, like contribute anything. But usually, honestly, the thing you like most is the thing you will be able to contribute most, because it's the thing where like it's not work to you, or like at least it's work you like pleasantly do, right? Like I wouldn't be good at this if I only would do the sort of bare minimum in therapy. Like I'm also good at this because I read studies, because I read psychology books, because I do like online learning classes on this topic and stuff like this. And because like with every situation and everything which comes across my way, like I'm literally like thinking about it in this way. So it's a thing I like really like doing. And it's a thing I'm also good at. And that's also why I like doing it, right? Um but yeah, I don't know. I feel like low-key everybody wants to contribute to society in a way. So you like talking about suicide? I mean, I think it's a very interesting topic. And even though I know there's a lot of people which are really uncomfortable with this topic, I do think that it also holds a lot of knowledge. And I think honestly, like just understanding stuff and understanding society, understanding humans, is really helpful anyways to just live the life you want and live a happy life. I don't think that talking about suicide needs to be inherently bad. I think talking about suicide is usually more of like an unpleasant or like uncomfortable conversation, maybe because it holds so much weight for some people. But I don't know, I don't regret the talk about suicide, and I think it's actually really, I don't know, to me, people asking to understand suicide is a positive sign because it means people care and it means people want to be educated. And I pleasantly educate people. You know, like it's really like, you want to learn something? Sure. For sure. Like I'm going to be here and I'm going to like do my best to explain. I think it's amazing when people learn more. So I don't know. And if somebody, we also had like different talks, right? Where people literally talked about suicidal ideations. And it's still a thing where I feel like in that moment, I'm glad they feel like they can trust me, you know, and they have somebody to talk to, and they use this opportunity to talk to somebody. Because in a moment you talk to somebody, it's already you're already one step further to not doing it. So that's also a good sign. Yeah. Yeah, this is also like what I would worry about with putting so much pressure on one person to be your entire purpose. It's definitely more of a fragile system, which can collapse easier just when life happens. So, you're more likely to educate me. Okay. I mean, everybody in stream is educating me. Everybody sharing their opinion. Everybody taking part in the mental health check-ins. Everybody here is educating everybody. So, but yeah, in that way, I also educate everybody here. And I, of course, put effort into it by, for example, reading those books or studies to use my platform well. What are your thoughts on government offering an assisted death for mental illness? I think assisted death is not a thing where I want people to use it, obviously. Like, we want people to live, right? And we want to be able to help people so that this is not necessary. But what I see with making something like this illegal is that if there is no legal way people are gonna do it themselves illegally. And honestly, I rather have proper therapists and everybody involved, having them make a informed, planned decision with their family together, where they get every care around that which is necessary. And where everybody involved knows what's going on and has the proper knowledge to make an informed decision. And where especially people close to those who are interested in these services don't have the responsibility of either finding their loved ones without expecting to, or having the responsibility to explain it to the police. So I personally think there should be a legal option. And with that legal option, there should also be a lot of services involved. That the people who start that process, hopefully within that process, I don't know, can be like see an option to actually not commit to it, but get the help they need. By the way, how long do you think it takes to fix your mind in therapy, like number of sessions wise? Oh, good night, Billy Blee. I'm glad you were here. See you next time. This is something. This is a. So this is sort of like one of those things where like we can't say because it's really different for every person, right? Because every experience is individual, and because it's like so different for every person, it can vary a lot. The only thing I do want to add, that usually with therapy, there is a limited time for specific therapy. And if you have sort of like no progress at all within that time, it's usually a sign to end that therapy and start something else because it didn't work. And then there's just like, you just need a different, or try a different therapy or a different therapist. And that's really only in place to keep people from just wasting time on something which is not the right system for them. So it can still be that one person gets like extra hours because for them specifically it makes a lot of sense. It's just usually used as a tool of like guidance to keep in mind that you know, people don't just invest time and resources. After all, some people need to pay themselves for therapy without it working and doing anything. Welcome, Merito. Hello from Switzerland. Oh, I'm glad. Hello. No, I haven't heard of the movie Logan's Run, but at the same time, I don't watch a lot of movies. So, or a series actually. Yeah. You're going to hardcore WoW? All right. Enjoy. So it's the therapist's fault. Well, it doesn't need to be the therapist's fault, right? It's really just like some therapies just don't work for some people. It doesn't need to be nobody's fault, you know? What are you gonna eat today? Sushi. Like always. Did you have any maladaptive coping mechanisms growing up? Let me finish my cup of tea here. Okay, the sushi. Easy. And let me get the definition. Okay. So, I mean, for sure. So I had like childhood trauma, right? Read it out loud. I needed to. Okay, wait. Essentially, wait. It's like unhealthy, ineffective behavior used to temporarily relieve stress or discomfort, but which ultimately worsens the situation or creates new problems in the long run, failing to address the root cause. For example, like substance abuse, avoidance, self harm, emotional suppression, aggression, providing short term relief but leading to long term issues like damaged relationships, poor health, increased stress, blah, blah, blah. So I definitely, okay. Actually, so I guess, okay, I guess it depends on how you define it still. So I never had like I don't know, like an actual addiction. Um, I was coping with gaming though for a while. Just because I don't know, I just didn't get out of the situation really. And I didn't see a solution to the situation. So I just sort of like tried to suppress my emotions and was like gaming and stuff like this. But essentially, I guess the coping mechanism was emotional suppression. At the same time, though, I'm also like gifted and autistic, so emotional suppression is, well, comes naturally. um, but I definitely like got to the point where I sort of like isolated myself and like didn't tell anything to people. But it wasn't, well, yeah, it really depends how you define coping mechanism in that moment, because I learned that through childhood trauma, really. Um, but yeah, I thankfully like I never took drugs or anything or was addicted to alcohol or something like this. And uh, yeah, with so when I moved to the Netherlands, like a year afterwards, I started therapy. So gifted and autistic, yeah. Why do you think emotional suppression comes naturally with autism? Well, it's a very common autistic trait to have really bad, like a really bad connection to your emotions. So it's just like suppressing them is like really easy just because you're like you have a bad connection anyway already, so can I ask you anything then? Do you mean that in context to gifted and autistic, or just in, well, like, yeah, you sure you can ask me more stuff. um, it's more like distraction and addiction. Yeah. So like because of like the childhood trauma and like the situation I was in, I just really thought I couldn't do anything. Um, and so I just tried to like handle the situation like the best I could, right? Um, so for example, like uh, I also like I'm hyper aware sort of about like emotions and stuff like this, and like mimic and all of that stuff. I'm mm, I was really sort of like hyper focused of like communication and language as well. Contact has become so weird with your self-diagnosed autism. Uh, how do you know it's self-diagnosed? So yeah, that's what I sort of came to, or like grew up with, and then um, just with with 22 I started therapy, and yeah, now I'm 25 and ending therapy. I assumed as it not. No, I'm actually like in sort of the diagnosis process with my therapist. So we already got the screening done, but my therapist actually recommended to not proceed to like a full diagnosis, but just take on uh, the resources which you can get like without like an official diagnosis, because an official diagnosis like takes a while. And for me personally, like they always ask you like sort of what you want to get out of a diagnosis, because it's not really that they like diagnose you for like autism, and if they don't diagnose you then you don't have it, but it's more like they diagnose you if you suffer enough under autism, for them to be necessary to give you like this official statement where which you can like get like official governmental support or something like this. So yeah. So yeah. So because of this, I was like, I think I'm not gonna go further to a official diagnosis. I feel like him sort of like doing the screening, having talked about this in his team, and being like, okay, I see that, but I don't know if you're gonna get like a lot from the official diagnosis. It's like I'm probably just gonna skip that part and proceed to the resources I can get right now. Oh, guys, so many questions. Sometimes it's more stressful and hard to get an official diagnosis than to stop at that point. Yeah, exactly. And especially because if for the official diagnosis, you need to be actually like suffering to a certain degree under autism. Um, it's not a diagnosis like whether you have it or not. It really depends on like how much um, yeah, just how important it is for you to get help, or like if you can manage on your own. The chat questions have become insane. Yeah, we just really went from like one topic to the next. How do you like don't like the context, by the way? Because before you said like the context is weird. So how do you mean that? Like, can we make it like better in a way? Like, you worried that you offended me? Well, I was worried actually um about you not, I don't know, like feeling weird in the community and like, I don't know, being put off by something. So that's why I was sort of like trying to like see if there's anything like we can do to, I don't know if there's any misunderstanding which needs to be cleared up or anything. Um because yeah, like content, I don't know, like context shouldn't be like weird, right? Or like it depends how you define weird, I guess. But I would put weird in sort of like a more negative space. Um, so like if I don't know, you know. So everything good on your side? Okay. If you like, I just want to like also tell you like if you ever like feel like, um, yeah, like context is weird, and you don't understand something or you I don't know, you want like some clarification on something because you feel like there's something implied where you're like not sure or whatever. Um, just just ask. Um, because yeah, like this is like I don't know, like I only read what you text, right? So I don't have any like facial, how you say like cues, I guess you can say. And I don't know, like we all know communication is sometimes just going sideways. So if there's anything ever coming up where you're just like, did I get that right? Like what the fuck? Just ask and then I'm gonna like explain what I meant specifically. Um with Fireshark's question, it's still sort of I'm still having it in my mind because I don't know, like I really want to give you guys a good answer to, I guess, to represent autism well or something. So communication can go sideways in person too, so I wouldn't worry. Well, that's true. But in person you at least have like more cues where you can like spot that, right? So like with you guys, because you only like there's only chat messages, right? Like it's like hard to know if there's any like I don't know. So what I'm essentially saying is like don't try to be like, oh, she's gonna understand I'm being passive aggressive and there's something up. You know, like you need to say because otherwise I'm just gonna be like, oh, well, you know. The Bondi Beach attacks. Oh, I'm not informed at all. So I'm sorry. Um. So, is there anything your community can help you with? Seems you're very helpful to other, but do you ever neglect yourself to help others? Oof. You're not Australian, are you? Yeah, I'm not. I live in the Netherlands, guys. I also don't have a TV or a radio, so just putting that out there. Mm, I definitely do sometimes neglect myself. Um, um, so I don't know. Honestly, just like being here in chat, like reminding me to drink, reminding me to stretch, like just using the like channel rewards um is already like a good thing, right? Because like when you talk about like deep topics, like just time flies by and then you're in the next one. Um Apart from that, I honestly only have like very practical help I need. So for example, like I don't know, like making clips or something. Yeah. Chat reminding you to think. See, that is one of those situations where I'm like, is that a joke or is that an insult? Like, huh? Uh, you just reminded me to drink something. Yeah, I know, right? It can be so easy to just miss that and completely ignore it because there's like always something going on. I don't know, both. So do you mean it can be interpreted as both? Or do you also wanted to insult me? Exactly, yeah, exactly. This is why I don't do it, and I could need help with this. TV characters do I relate to? Oh, Jesus. So, I feel like I relate to a lot of people, but for very specific things. So, there's not really one character where I'm like, oh, like this is me. Or like I at least don't remember right now. But as I said, I don't watch like a lot of movies or series. You let me down with your perception of what's going on in Australia, so I slightly insulted you. Hmm. You think that's fair? Or like so like is that still do you still want to do that or Sure. Okay. All right. Um, okay. Um, yeah, I'm a little bit stunned here. I didn't expect that answer. I appreciate your honesty. With that answer. Um, but yeah, like so a harmful behavior and insults are harmful behavior is not allowed in my chat and in my community per se. Um, so if you, yeah. So you can either like stop doing that, um, or if you want to like keep doing that, then you can't take part in this community. I'm sorry. So 300, there is a scene I filled my heart with hate. Okay. And you would kick that guy. Well, I'm not advocating for physical violence. Um, but I do have a responsibility to keep this a safe space for me and my chat. So because of this, there is no space for harmful behavior. Do you relate to psychopathic characters in masking non-emotionality? Oh my god. It's a whole freaking. Did you ever went to TikTok? Um uh and looked up like autism or narcissism? That's a whole thing. um that's a whole thing. It's a really interesting topic. Um but uh, it's apparently an absolute stereotype in the autistic community to be like to like worry about being a narcissist, um, and then they just get their like autism like diagnosis and are like, ah, okay, like now it all makes sense. Yeah. Well, it's not people, right? It's like autists about themselves if they don't get like an autistic diagnosis, but like grow up like this, and then they are interested in psychology and hear about narcissism, and I don't know, just watch some of these videos. Like they explain it. It's really interesting. So, sure, you should kick me. I will keep my opinions. I mean, it's not opinions though; it's insults, right? Like, I feel like that's different to each other. Like, insults are harming somebody with your statements. Opinions are stating an opinion. Like, insults, for example, don't need to state an opinion. So, but yeah. Welcome back, Asta. But yeah. So, if that was your statement, Luke Sky, to aren't insults by definition an opinion? They think ill of you, and you probably think ill of them. Well, yeah, but it's like not. I know where you're coming from. Um, if insults are sort of like insults are in like insulting the other person, it's like stating an opinion where like for I don't know, like maybe for Luke Sky is like more like it's like gone after that insult or something, I don't know. But if they don't really like, there's nothing to like, opinions you can sort of like discuss about, right? um but insults are more just like a statement um about a different person. But yeah, they don't even need to be opinions. Like, they can also just be like, oh, you're, I don't know. Yeah, well, I just personally, I just don't call it an opinion to be like, okay, I think you're a dick or something. Like, that's, I don't know. I feel like I just personally see opinions as, how do I define that? Okay, actually, like, yeah, official official definition is it's not necessarily based on a fact or knowledge. Well, I personally just say like if it's an opinion, I would personally see it in a way where, okay, there's like some like knowledge or evidence or whatever behind that where you can like talk about it. But yeah. So I guess you're right, like insults are opinions. But yeah, it's not opinions where it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean in that moment when like a person's saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna keep my opinion." It's like, you know, it's not like I'm not trying to like, you can keep your, but like it's not like the earth is round and I want to convince you that the earth is flat type situation. But yeah. But anyway. So, why do you think so many autists think they're narcissists? Um, because the representation of autism is essentially like, there's not much representation of autism, and the representation of autism is really like it's representing a very slim picture of autism. Um, so with people who then sort of hear about autism and narcissism seems like closer to autism, or, well, to their experience, as autism, because autism is like represented in this very slim picture of autism. And yeah, then sometimes it just takes like a psychologist to determine or to sort of like give help there. But I think it's also just because, as in, like there's sort of this saying like narcissists would never think they're narcissists. Um, and it's just, this is probably like doing it for a lot of people, but not for me, for example, because I would be like, well, but like, what if I do? Like, what if I'm so calculated in how I understand the world that I actually like am a good person because I know that being a good person makes more sense for myself or something like this, you know? Like, I don't know, it's just a correlation between thinking very rational and narcissism being portrayed closer to this, I guess, like socially functioning um autism type. Yeah, like it's like exactly like it's not something I believe as well, but yeah, I don't know, kind of. But yeah, it's definitely like it's a topic where, like, to me, I really was like, I just don't like, I think like so rational um that I just worried that I'm narcissistic because I sometimes like can't relate to people like on an emotional level. And because there's this like black and white situation, you can easily fall into this idea that like, oh, like everything needs to be done the way I do it, which, if you think rationally about yourself, you can be like, okay, like this could be judged as a sense of superiority. But it's really just that you really love patterns and this is your pattern and you need that pattern because otherwise you're just, you know. Well, I don't know too much about narcissism. I just seen like a few videos from like some guy who's narcissistic apparently. And apparently also narcissists themselves, like it's apparently that like narcissists and autists find themselves more commonly than other people, because they can look so similar, but then like apparently like narcissists know first or something. Like there's a whole storyline going on um about this like about these stereotypes. So if you're interested in that, look on TikTok and like watch these videos, I guess. Um I just know that uh I was like emotionally manipulated by my father when I was a kid, and with that it really sort of this like self-doubt and stuck with me, because there's was a lot of like, yeah, just yeah, just emotional abuse in a way with like gaslighting and stuff like this. Um, and yeah, guilt tripping as well. So I don't know. And the thing is actually apparently, when you uh, if you like lived with a narcissist, you can develop narcissistic traits as a coping mechanism, sort of like to deal with the narcissist. Doesn't make you a narcissist, but is a trait you develop in sort of like, well, being around them. I've studied DSM-5 and 4 and read most studies. Most TikToks, maybe it's just straight up misinformation. Yeah, for sure. Like, this is why I said, like, it's a stereotype. Like, I'm not, like, I have no data to support this. I'm just saying there's this, like, societal stereotype on TikTok that, like, narcissism and autism is, like, um, I don't know, like, people get confused about that a lot. Um, and, yeah, so. Well, I don't know. Like, I honestly like my father was possibly a narcissist. Um, there's never like I never got like any type of like official diagnosis, right? So, but um, what I just seen with my father where it like really aligns well with narcissism is uh this like really hidden but bad self image. It's this that you need to boast and um, make this like inflated sense of self because if like because that's the only thing sort of your worth is connected to and being like really dependent on that. Yeah, yeah. But uh, yeah, I don't know. So I guess for me it was more like the like this like being confused about like narcissism was more like coming out of a household of emotional abuse, right? And then all of a sudden with therapy I realized I actually have boundaries and I have needs. And I just felt like am I am I an asshole for maintaining boundaries, you know? So it's yeah. It was more like I learned to live in this world in a very toxic way, and these were the remains of that. Yeah, like that's definitely like not as much people are narcissists as people talk about. Like people talk about like with social media and mental health becoming more of a thing, sort of like people talked about narcissism a lot. And like, oh yeah, that person is a narcissist, and this person too, and that person as well. Where it's like narcissism is quite rare, from all I know, and definitely not as common as it looks. Um, and there's yeah, like you can have a lot of narcissistic traits as a coping mechanism from like, for example, like childhood trauma and stuff like this. Um, and it's like it's sort of like in a way it also doesn't matter, right? If somebody was a narcissist or not. Because like for example, like what I should have done with like in the relationship with my dad, like it wouldn't have changed. It really wouldn't have changed. Like I tried to like talk with him and figure everything out. It didn't work, and then so it's I don't know. It doesn't really change your approach. I think most diagnoses don't really. I feel like, but yeah, yeah, yeah. This is exactly what I mean. Alienasis. It's just, but I mean, doesn't matter, right? Like, it's yeah. Anyways, biggest narcissist was a German dictator. A dictator. I mean, yeah, probably. Probably a lot of the actually that would be interesting to get like a diagnosis rate from people in like from dictators. If that's sort of like I guess the rate needs to be higher, right? Yeah. like I like would be interesting to have a study of that, I think. Hmm. Yeah. The news you get from America are concerning. Hmm. Oh, I am German. Yeah. I'm German. I moved to the Netherlands. But yeah. I mean, it's all wrong, is it? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have any loyalty in that regard. So don't worry. Yeah. Well, I guess. So you have applied for your citizenship in Canada and Ireland then, or in America? When you say I'm American already, so like to the other countries to like be able to move out, or oh, okay. So to be able to move out, sort of. I see. Yeah. 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 Naradim. I can only agree. We're covering so much ground today. But I don't mind because I have to go soon. So you also have German heritage? Hmm. But you don't live in Germany if you say you just have German heritage, right? Or well, it's like again, right? It doesn't really matter, thankfully, if there is I don't know, if other people get diagnosed with narcissism or not doesn't really have an impact on us. It's whatever we went through with them doesn't change only because now they have a diagnosis for something or not. So, all right, party people. But it's 18 o'clock. I would really like to start our stream ending ritual. So we still have stretching and we have diaphragmatic breathing or belly breathing, and then we have all stars. So that's what we're going to do. You mean the famously 6 hour long stream ritual? Yeah, okay, sure. Sure. A ritual to take your soul, exactly. Oh, so the first thing we do, stretching. So just stretch. Make yourself long. You've been sitting for a while. Even if you haven't been sitting for a while, stretching can never hurt. But yeah, I just noticed. So I was telling you guys about my doctor appointment in the morning, right? And how the spine tests or whatever, the spine exam he made left me with this like headache and this feeling of like I might pass out. And I just noticed that my headache is quite strong right now. So, and I was distracted because we were having so many different topics and so many topics where I like really was like thinking hard. But yeah, now I just need a break. Probably even go out for a walk or something. Are you a psychology expert by profession? I'm not a psychologist. So what I sort of like the knowledge I come here with is from books and articles, studies I've been reading, stuff like this, and mostly just my own experience and having been in therapy for years and now ending therapy. I might still study psychology. Might. But I'm not sure if I will. Maybe I'm gonna do like there's a job actually, which is there's a job which not a job. There's a qualification which is experience worker. Uh, so I'm also looking into that one, but yeah, sort of still figuring out because initially I've been studying IT. So yeah, I have like 6 semesters in like game engineering. So yeah. Very, very different topic now. IT was unexpected, yeah. What did the doctor do to his spine? Like a spinal tap or something? Yeah, like with this like small hammer, like going like from top to bottom. But he did a lot of other stuff too. But so I don't know like what of the things it was specifically, but it's a bit concerning to me that it had this effect. But I'm glad I'm gonna have this CT tomorrow of my spine with the chronic headache. So we'll see if there's anything coming out of that. So, did you complete or dropped it in between? Yeah, I only have 6 semesters out of 7. So I would have needed one more semester and the bachelor thesis. I already had the bachelor thesis uh, sort of like, well, I at some points I had the bachelor thesis planned, but then COVID hit because I wanted actually to study abroad in Tokyo and do my bachelor thesis there. But yeah, COVID, and then just didn't work anymore. It was really sad. And then the next semester we tried again, but didn't work either because COVID was still going on. So yeah, I still haven't been to Japan. Sadly, I really still want to go. Peer support worker? Yeah, I don't know if that's like something different than like the one I mean as the Laren was like ervaringswerker. So I mean, IT probably would make you more money, but you do whatever you enjoy. Well, I mean, everything would make me more money than doing free streams, right? Like, um, uh, but yeah, definitely would make me more money. But I want to do something where I really feel like, I don't know, I'm offering something where I specifically maybe um can like do well, and yeah. And I'm really interested in psychology. So I'm year 5 into my 3 years bachelor's degree. Ooh. So not going well, or your pet died, fire shock? Just now, or what? I need more information. There's plenty of time to go visit Japan, maybe even the psychology thing. Exactly. But yeah, degree is not on hold, but I'm not gonna finish that degree anymore. I thought it was the same. Both is about to support others with your experiences. Yeah, but well, definitely. Like I don't think like IT is like inherently like bad or anything. Like I don't hate it now. But it's just a thing where I'm like with mental health, I'm just more interested in right now. So, you know, I'm trying to be a doctor, but I also have a strong interest in psychology. Hmm. Yeah, psychology is really interesting, right? I love it too. Yes, right now he's my guinea pig, and he lived a long life and happy life, 6 years. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad that you're able to talk about it so positively. And I guess 6 years is quite a while for a guinea pig. But sorry for you. And virtual huggies right now. You like art? Yeah. So how do you feel right now, Fireshark? Like, do you feel fine? Like, do you feel positive about this? Or is it more like you don't want to drag the stream down? For example, I made a tunnel and connected two cages, and I made several hiding spots, and he loved getting petted. I think I feel okay, but I'm not sure. I mean, that's quite the emotional attachment now. Guys, can we all focus on Fireshark for a moment? I would really appreciate that. I've anemia, probably autistic, so I don't have my feelings well. Understand. I mean, how about we do the breathing exercise now? That could sort of ground you, help you get closer to your feelings. But I'm really sorry for you. Anybody else can relate to losing a pet you've had for like 6 years or even more? Actually, that's also sort of like what I did. Like, we had a hamster at some point, or like I had many hamsters in my life, but um recently we sort of had a hamster at some point, and it was, I don't know, like in the beginning it was really like a really weird situation for me because I don't know, I just like it took some days actually to process what I feel and feel sad about it. Because in the beginning I was just so surprised and life just went on. Like, you still had to go to work, you still had to talk to people, and like not wanted to like always bring it up. But it can be really quite nice to make like a small grave somewhere for the guinea pig. If you have like a garden or something. I mean, did you expect your guinea pig to die? And you were sort of like already preparing for it because it was sick or something? That also sometimes has sort of like a connection to being more, I guess, content with your pet dying. Mm. I gave him a very good life, so I think I feel content. Mm. I don't want to share right now. I want to just have space for Fireshark right now and put my attention on that. Because I feel like even though Fireshark is content right now, it's just something where I don't know. I still want to sort of focus on him just out of respect. So you want to try the belly breathing maybe together, Fireshark? Then we can, I don't know. All right. So you can either sit or stand. And you can put your hand on your belly, your other hand on your chest. And you want to breathe in a way where you push away the hand on your belly, but your hand on your chest stays at the same place. So essentially not going like this, but just pushing out your belly. And you breathe in, you hold it a bit, and then you breathe out slowly. Make your lips sort of like you push them together a little bit to give some resistance to really breathe out slow. All right. So, how are you feeling, Fire Shark? I would say I'm highly resilient. That's good. I'm glad that you shared. And I'm really sorry. I'm also glad that you don't have regrets or anything, but you just focus on the good parts of like what a good life your guinea pig had, and I don't know, the nice things. I think that's always it's always nice to be able to like hold those close in your heart without them turning too painful. Or they them. Why is it important? That's a really cute perspective, I think. Because it's true, like to other animals, we're literally like, yeah, like these forever living beings. I don't know, imagine like a dog and he's like, yeah, my great great grandma or whatever already knew this guy since the beginning of her life, and now I'm still with them. So, considering this is the end of the stream, I
A few moments later.
yeah. Hi, Godfather. Welcome, welcome. But we're ending the stream right now. I will send you guys over to a friend of mine. You guys know her already. It's Jenny. She rated me a couple of weeks ago now, I think. And I'm gonna raid you guys to her. And there you can take part in the first day breakfast and feeling check-in. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I have to agree with Indiana John. We always try to make space for vulnerability and for we just try to make it a safe space for vulnerability. So in doing so, it's really important to sort of see vulnerability and be respectful of the emotions of other people and make space for them in a way where we emphasize with their emotions. Almost 2 weeks ago. True, yeah. Oh, thank you for your sub, Indiana John. Thank you for a tier 1. Alright, perfect. Because, yeah, for some people, or usually actually for nearly everybody, it can be really hard to be vulnerable. So it's really, I don't know, makes it way easier for them to see this as a safe space and to feel heard and seen. If we take that into account and just mentalize with them. That's actually a really interesting concept. So if anybody still wants to sort of like look into a concept, just looking up mentalizing. I actually have a YouTube video about this, where we watch a YouTube video about mentalizing and then speak about it and what it means and what it implicates. So mentalizing is a really, really amazing concept about compassion and emphasizing with other people what it does for you and what it does for other people and how it shapes your social circle, essentially. So I can only recommend that. It's, this is the YouTube channel and it's in the playlist of the stream mods. And it should be the first, actually. It's definitely something which needs to be trained. It's also something I had to train because there wasn't much space for it in my family either. So it's definitely an active learning process. But thankfully, we never get too old to learn. We still have all stars left. Which would be your favorite thing about the stream today. So if we still want to do that, to just sort of finish our routine. And no, Jenny just went offline. No, you did not. Yeah. God fucking damn it. Yeah, well, so much for that. That's fair. You love All Stars? Alright, so let's do it then. I mean, now we also, I guess, well, now this is actually the end of the stream, so let's do All Stars. Yeah, so essentially you just share what was your favorite moment of the stream. It can have to do with another person, it can have to do with me, something you said yourself, it really doesn't matter. But yeah, just your favorite moment of the stream. For me, it was really the beginning of the stream. And of course the big raid. But honestly, with the big raid, I was so, I don't know, I was so nervous. I'm really, I I can't thank Tana Grace enough. But yeah, that was like super, oh my god, I was so nervous. Just like the other just like really pleasant moment, and which I really loved today, was just coming to the stream, starting it, and then having like 3 people already in chatting with me. Like that was really my favorite part, I think. Just like Ellie was there, and I don't know, it was just nice to, well, not all of you, but to have like some of you at the beginning of the stream just there and sort of have instantly somebody to talk to. And I felt really honored by, yeah, by them just not waiting for me to come live. So that's still my favorite, I think. No. I told my mother the other day that I only believe in object permanence, so I couldn't help move a branch because I couldn't see it, therefore it didn't exist. Oh. I love object permanence and the topic around it, honestly. Like since I learned about it, I noticed it so much for myself as well. And hi Monty, welcome. So anybody else wants to take part in All Stars and share their favorite moment of the stream? Hi Navandro. welcome. We're sadly going offline right now. Sorry guys. It's All Stars, Unreal All Stars. All Stars is just that everybody shares their favorite moment of the stream, so that it's sort of like a positive stream end, and to yeah, make some memories, I guess. Yeah, great stream memories talking about suicide, but in an understanding light. That was also really nice, I think. It was a really important topic, and I'm glad that I don't know. I thought your input was really amazing too. And Jenny's off too now. Yeah, exactly, Fluffy. I was like, I saw like I heard her already like selected, and then I just see like one moment she's offline, and I'm like, come on. Yeah. Mm. Aw, really glad. A real nice guy. She does want to get ready by you, I swear. Honestly, we already had this twice. If this is going on as a pattern, we need to consider serious measures. Like maybe we have to end stream earlier to be able to rate her. Who knows? All right. Of course, we don't force anybody. Just hit stream together so she can't escape. But I can't escape too. What do you mean? So, uh, okay. Well, I don't have anybody else to raid you to, but with that, I will go offline. And I. You can accidentally leave the room, guys. um, so here's my Discord to everybody who hasn't joined yet. Definitely do. And with that, also my YouTube. So if you want to watch any of these VODs, like all of our VODs are uploaded to my YouTube channel. They're all in a playlist of like stream VODs or like mental health support streams or something like this. And anybody, well, who wants to support me and to support this stream can, of course, well, either do that by subscribing here or buying anything from my store. I have like tabletop RPG assets and streamer assets and activism merch. So this is how you can do that. So I'll go flying and instead of paying one. So so I have YouTube notifications here. That's good to know. But yeah. So thank you all for being here. It was an absolute pleasure. I can't believe that till the end of the stream we still had 24 viewers. So wait, is that YouTube? Yeah, that was YouTube. So thank you all very much for being here. Thank you all for taking part in the stream, and I'm really glad that you also take responsibility for making this a safe space and helping me sort of foster the sense of vulnerability so that everybody can speak up and sees this as a possible resource to, yeah, to just better their mental health. So I think that was me. I mean, maybe, yeah. So thank you, everybody. Sleep tight. Good night. And see you guys in the next stream. The next stream is going to be on Monday at 12 or whatever your time zone is. And yeah, now I can only recommend drink something. Like, this is your reminder to drink, eat, air out your apartment, move, stretch, do all of the things which are healthy for you, whichever of them you need. But check in with your body and do something healthy for yourself. So thank you guys for the follows. And yeah, see you guys on Monday. See you guys next time. So bye, everybody. Oh my god, I still can't believe I was rated with 248 people. That's insane, by the way. I'm still like, what? No way. Really, thank you all so much. It was a great stream. And most importantly, socialize. Socialize is really important. I literally have a t-shirt which is explaining is referring to studies about socializing and how important it is to have a good social circle and friends. So yeah. Goodbye, everybody. Good night and sleep tight. And again, thank you so much for having been here.